Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and in less than an hour, we've gone from picturesque, perfect conditions over in Thailand to monsoonal type amount of water. Look at the standing water on the front straight away. The GT3 category is here, and it is heavily wet. That is Sandy Stuvik waving to the camera from on board the Be Quick Porsche. And it is time to get into this one. Here we go, ladies and gents. It is going to be an incredibly wet race to start this one off. That is the car that won yesterday's race, number 12. Pitibiran Bhakti started that car. Kandasak Kasiri finished in that car. The conditions are decidedly wet. And like I said earlier in the day, having a chat to Daniel Bilski, debating about what conditions are going to be happening for the rest of the afternoon. Rain is still coming down. I get the feeling this will be heavy wet. I get the feeling the F4 that follows has a strong chance of being wet as well. And then GT4 is one of those races that we're still yet to decide about. But based upon that amount of rain on the circuit, Reese, it's going to be a perfect weather for ducks afternoon.
Yeah, going to be going for a nice old swim there on the start-finish straight. Look at the amount of rain that is still coming down here. It started falling around about 10, 15 minutes ago. And it has not let up since. This is going to be very difficult conditions for the drivers. I'm sure race control still debating over how to conduct the start of this one. We may very well get some laps under safety car at the start to make sure that the circuit is up to the standard needed. But yeah, I don't see us getting off to a conventional start here.
Yeah, I'd agree with that wholeheartedly. At least siding laps. You know, have a look at the spray, have a look at the conditions, have a look at what the options are. Starting their engines now as everyone runs off the grid, although that is, you know, quite a number of less people than we've seen on the grid. Normally that is packed with fan engagement going on. Everyone wanting to stay as high and as dry as physically possible because no one out there and partaking in everything that's going on today. Right. Your first time witnessing race, and for a few fans, if you didn't join us for yesterday's race in 2025, the GTM category will be joining us out on track alongside of our GT3 competitors. So it now becomes a multi-class race. The safety car is going to pull away. That clock hasn't started yet. Formation lap, but by the Formula 4, now remember they operate under a slightly different procedure. Yesterday, as soon as they rolled off the grid, that clock ticked into action.
So, still unsure exactly how the first few laps of this race are going to be conducted, but we will be going through the conventional pre-race preparations. The spray being thrown up by these cars on the formation lap alone is insane. At the very least, it's going to be very difficult conditions out there at Chang International Circuit. A track that we've seen action in the dry on thus far today. And, well, these are the fastest cars to take part in Thai Super Series. So, we would have expected them to be going hell for leather around here, but in the wet, it's definitely not the case. Drainage is so important. There's going to be standing water all the way around this racetrack. For race 2 of the weekend for GT3 and GTM in Supercar, it's going to be P1 Carol and Sandy Stuvik is going to take to the start on the front row there, with Kantasak taking the wheel of the number 12 machine there. 5th and 6th, Adasak and Carlo. 7th and 8th, Natapong and Super Kit. And then we have Natavude and CAY who are rounding out our top 10.
Yeah. And that is the grid. Have a look at how wet it is as they transit. That's down at turn 5. No, that'll be 6. And then we'd pan away to flick back through 7. Yeah, indeed it was. So, thoroughly wet here in Thailand today, yet again. And I tell you what, drivers in pit lane drying off yet again. I believe that might have been Shane actually down in pit lane.
would have been out there on the grid before the rain started coming down. Second time out for the new Toyota Supra cars of Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand in the GTM class. They will be certainly contending here on pole in GTM Pro and GTM AM as well. It looks like we're going to be going for a standard rolling start here. Evidently, the circuit is not as soaked as we think it is, but we'll shortly find out.
Well, here we go. This is the top-rated drivers across the weekend. Gold-rated driver out there behind the wheel from Lauren Enriques. But he would be getting a wet weather introduction to the Chang International Circuit as he joins the series for the second time ever after yesterday's first race. And now have a look at them as they forge their way down to turn number 1. Are they GT3 racing or are they boat racing? Because right now I can't tell the difference.
Porsche losing the drive out of the first turn there. Sandy Stuvik going all the way across the painted tarmac. It's going to be Carol in the 786 who leads the way into turn 3, and the GTM Ferrari there of Kittapol and Superkit keeping up very nicely with our GT3 competitors. Big oversteer for the Audi on the exit of turn 3. And if you're driving behind them here, you can't see ahead of you at all.
No, visibility is going to be at an absolute premium. Look at the spray and the fog is just so thick down the back. The GTM competitors, they've got to come through this as well. As Wide runs the Honda NSX and around goes one of the Audis. Finds a window to get off the track and safely away.
Adisak in the number 27 there going off, and on turn 4, there's always a place you see some drama on the opening lap here at Chang. For now, there seems to be the only incident on this lap here. Replay of what happened to him is, he actually, I think, got caught up on the curb. Of course, very slippery in these wet conditions. No grip at all on the curbs or the painted lines. That's why you see drivers staying off them.
Big thing, Reese, though, they've survived that lap 1. May not be the best survival on a lap number 1, but this is Lauren and Rix going to the inside of Sandy Stuvik out of the final corner. And remember, he was running a higher wing yesterday. There will be a touch. As they get to turn 1, Sandy Stuvik will lose the position. Look at the rain. You can see the rain still falling incredibly heavily as well. So this isn't not going to clear up. This will be a wet race the whole way through. But this is heavy wet.
Certainly is. Wettest I've seen a circuit in full race conditions in a very long time. You can see the drops falling.
Look at the water.
Yeah, this is insane. I'm amazed they're able to still carry that level of speed.
As we continue on, albeit raising questions from everyone here in the commentary box, the debate will be, is this suitable for going racing? That is one of the Supras back into pit lane, the number 9 entry. Natapong was behind the wheel. Remember, Natavude had to come to pit lane yesterday. This time it'll be the other one of the Toyota GR Supras in the GTM class.
Yeah, that was the Supra that started first out of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand entries. So, yeah, early pit stop for them. Things not going well in the first couple of laps. The amount of water being thrown up by these cars is incredible, frankly. Any other series, this would probably be a red flag situation, no?
There's no way the F4s will be racing in this later on, for sure. Even in a straight, you know, kicking through the gears in the high end of the gears, that rain is still pelting down at the final corner. There was a pond there in some of the wetter racing throughout the weekend that we've had thus far. The final corner, either way, the long way around at the final corner, a little bit more bite for the cars to turn in, but you get the feeling the wing angles might have been cranked up for these sorts of conditions. That is the Honda NSX that won yesterday's race.
Honda's down in 4th at the moment. Down a few places. The Audi out front, the 786, has been evidently the best setup for these conditions. And the drivers were not expecting this rain as they're clearing off the number 9 Supra in the GR garage. I was here with our producer Dan in the lead up to the race, and they had the dry tires on the cars on the grid. Then the rain came down and they rushed to get those wet tires put back on. I mean, it's just dumped a deluge of water on the circuit here. They are barely maintaining speed out here. They're setting lap times that are only a few seconds faster at best than what we saw in the Super Touring race earlier.
Yeah.
Safety car.
Yeah, I think that's the right call. It's a shame for the fans that are here and wanting to see racing action, but I think that's the right call. That is just, you can't, the amount of, just the sheer lack of grip in a straight line. I think the big moment that Carol Bash had on the run down at the final corner in a straight line, that sort of says, and race control would have been listening into team radios there for sure, because the best judge of a circuit is always the drivers that are out there.
Absolutely. Well, the safety car waiting at the exit of pit lane to pick up Carroll as he will come around very shortly.
This is the wettest it's been all weekend by far.
Absolutely. See the water being moved out of the way by the tyres here. Discussions going on in the garages for now. Not sure exactly what they're talking about, but maybe they're going to start preparations to potentially bring the cars in. There'll be a few laps here behind the safety car. It looks like the rain's actually intensified.
Yeah, that'll be red flag. Look at this. Look at the water coming off the safety car. That safety car's gonna have problems getting around, and that's my concern.
I've driven in conditions like this in my NC Mazda MX-5. Let me tell you, it was not fun. Can't imagine what the drivers out there are feeling right now. On a racetrack that has already had plenty of running on it this weekend, rubber laid down, super greasy. But I think the standing water is more of an issue here. Yeah,
it's been cleaned up every day with showers on each and every day, so it's not a track where we consistently had rubber laid down, so it's not as bad as it potentially might have been. Just thinking, Reese, MX-5, that would be the open top, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
In these conditions?
Yep. Didn't really have a choice in the matter.
You packed your swimsuit for that weekend, yeah?
Yeah, I did indeed. Tell you what, I've been to Bunnings and grabbed some moisture grabbers more times in the last year or so than I have in my entire life beforehand.
Well, you see, at least, with car racing, there's the option of having a roof over your head. I grew up in the motocross world. There is no option.
Very true. Very true. You just gotta deal with it in that sense. Waiting now for further word from race control as the safety car tours around. I'm trying to get some weather radar here just to see if the rain will be passing shortly. The asphalt temperature remains reasonably warm there, 33 degrees Celsius, but with the rate that the rain has come down, it does seem to have stopped for now. But it's going to take a while to clear that standing water.
Of course, you throw a safety car, and immediately the reason for the safety car cleans itself up. Track temp still maintaining in the low 30s. It's actually maintaining a reasonable amount of... Look at the water!
Oh my god. It's coming out of the brake cooling ducts there on the Supra. I've never seen that happen before.
This would be the run, down to turn 3, you would imagine? That actually might be the last corner right there.
God, it's like watching a ship go through the ocean at times.
Wouldn't surprise me if this is somewhat of a lengthy safety car. The biggest issue with the region and the conditions in this sort of a region is the storms that come thick and fast and they're gone thick and fast. The rain had barely disappeared from the circuit yesterday and it was dry again. By the back end of the F4 race, you actually could have been on slicks, but there's only a couple minutes left in the race, and, well, at that point, you're not going to make the ground back up. So they toddled around and slipped and slid on what were quite clearly overheating wet tyres. But even just in those shots, like that surface of the track there, and again, I think that would be the entry to the last corner. Again, from the previous shot, that's already an improvement.
It does seem that way.
That's got to be an earlier shot.
Yeah. I mean, look at how heavily the rain was coming down. Water coming out of the top of the wheel arch. Well, for now, it seems it has cleared the rain. Now we just got to clear that water off the circuit. How much longer will this safety car be out?
I reckon we probably got another 2 to 3 laps before they'll let them loose again, because you can already see that racing line is already starting to clear up.
That's good. Nice and quick. I thought it would take longer to do that.
Ambient temperature, including the track temperature, obviously up quite high for these conditions. Normally you see the track temp die off quite quickly, but that rain is just never really dies off. Just a constant temperature in the area. Well, that sort of gives you a little bit of an understanding on board from Natavude's car and the Super GTM. Of exactly what we're sort of dealing with at the moment. You can see he's just backing off a fairway. Look at the rivers. It is clearing and clearing quickly, but it's offline. There is still a bit of water, and that was an ABS adjustment for Natavude at that point in time. So again, much better than it was a couple laps ago. I don't think it'll be long at all.
Yeah, of course. The GT3 cars do have a anti-lock braking system dial and traction control as well, which can be used to help out the cars in these conditions. Generally, the pro drivers like to turn them down pretty low, at least in terms of traction control, to allow them a bit more fine control themselves over power output out of corners. But when the track's like this, you absolutely have to get those driver aids turned on and dialed up, otherwise the car will be impossible to drive.
Yeah. The thing is, you know, they're actually quite a subtle, as sort of we've gone on through the evolution of race cars, the evolution of driver assistances like these have actually become more and more subtle and progressive. It used to be, you know, when they first come out, it was quite an aggressive hit into the controls. Also, update from race control, safety car will be in this lap, so we will actually be about to see that Toyota Camry dive away from the lead of the field. And we're going to go back to green flag racing, like we said, not going to be out there for too long. But yeah, the evolution has been that we've gotten sort of a less and less bitey traction control, and the hits, it's there as an assistant now, not something that takes away massive amounts of power, really. So the drivers not necessarily lean on them, they or take away, want to take away, they do use less assistance, but the assistance is also a lot more catered for this style of racing as well, whereby it's just there, it just picks up and takes away just the excess parts of the traction.
So just quickly before we get this race restarted, I've managed to find a weather radar that shows a bank of rain that's come from the southeast and is moving northwest. It's just passed over the circuit. From what I can see, no more rain on the cards for the next hour or so, but that could change in a heartbeat knowing the weather of this part of the world. Regardless, it is time to get this race restarted here. And almost going 3 wide on the restart there. Sandy Stuvik rushing to the apex of the final corner as it's on for the lead here. Warren chasing down Carroll on the way into turn 1.
And this is a little bit of driver smarts from the gold-rated driver, normally participating in IMSA series out of America. Last year's GTD Pro champion, Lauren Enrique, drives the Rexy Porsche. If you do watch racing coverage right the world over, and here he comes. This is, again, that restart race was him just using a little bit. Whoa. That was Carol Bash. Very hot. Overestimating the amount of grip that was available to him. That was blue sky. I just saw a flash over the back of that camera shot. So this is going to clear rather quickly, particularly as these cars get up to speed. The faster they're going, the more water they are going to be clearing for sure. And you can see it's already, that gloom has disappeared. But that was driver smarts on that restart. There was overlap, but there was no overtaking. The driver that did get caught out was Sandy Stuvik, who was also trying to show the nose.
Yeah, he's actually lost the position there to Kantasak there. Now running 3rd in GT3 class. Problem for the race leader, a black and orange flag, mechanical black flag for the 786. What is... Oh, the rain light's not on at the back of the car, we're hearing. Yeah, you can see it's sort of going on and off very slowly, but it's not functioning properly. And so race control will bring that car into the pits, make sure that that system is working. That's such a shame for Carol Bash, with the lead of this race falling into his hands, and he held on very nicely, but ultimately a slight electrical issue, I think, complicating matters.
Yeah, certainly complicating matters, and complicating them in the big way. So he still leads at the moment. He'll now know that there's a black and orange flag if he can see it up and on the gantries, but it'll be relayed in by the team regardless. Lap times continuing to improve, the entire field setting personal bests on that lap, so already better than where we started. In terms of the grip available, so you can see that there's no real ponding on the circuit anymore. He touches the white paint. That was risky. Cannot run it in any deeper than that to turn 3. But gets it stuck, gets it turned, and gets it out the other side. And that is the shot of the gantry.
Yeah, the driver's running wide in turn 3 there. By itself, not too much to be alarmed about, because in wet conditions, you do want to take the outside line into these corners because the surface tends to be a bit rougher and has less rubber laid down, so it actually provides more grip than the ideal racing line in wet conditions. But saw that that Carroll was leaning on the car a bit too much there and ended up running over the white line. That could have been a spin for him if he hadn't played his cards right. Into the final sector they come. And I'm sure he'll, well, maybe he'll bring it into the pits on this lap. You can clearly see the rain light not working on the back of the car. In wet conditions, they turn on the blinky red light at the back of the car, and that has to work properly the whole time, unless, otherwise you will be brought in to the pits. He's going to be staying out again for another lap here. I believe they have 3 laps with which to come in and serve the mechanical black. You can see it is turning on ever so briefly, but then it just turns back off again. Oh, yeah, off and on. It's not blinking consistently.
Is it potentially supposed to be solid? Well, keep your eye out on the back end of the Porsche. Lauren Enrique's at the wheel when we get out of turn 3.
The Porsche's one is blinking.
Yeah. So that'll tell us. There's the blink. But it's a completely different pattern, that rain light. I wonder whether or not he's manually activating that at the moment. That'll certainly... They will not want him doing that, for sure.
No, absolutely not. Either that or it's a wiring issue in the car.
So much to consider for the 786 Audi. Leading the race, mechanical issue. I'll have to bring it in this time. They won't be allowed. I reckon they're trying to debate, well, hey, we've got a working light, but you need it blinking so that it doesn't look like a brake light. And that'll be the conversation from Bash. But the other thing they'll be trying to do as well is potentially hang that, if they can hang that out to the pit window, if they can convince race control that is functional enough, they'll hang it out the pit window and they'll try and do something then. But they've got 5 minutes to get there, and that's probably 3 laps away from now. I reckon they've got to come in this time.
There we go. He's coming into the lane. Ah, disaster. And yeah, Carroll himself not doing anything wrong there. It's an issue with the car, and that's got to sting.
I believe that's the issue. Brings them in as well.
Right, so the team having a look at the rear end here, rummaging around in the internals, trying to get that light blinking.
What's fogged up on the inside?
Ooh, yeah, that's condensation on the inside of the rain light. Has water gotten into the system?
Yeah, I don't think the tape's going to fix that one, unfortunately.
No. Might help with creating an airtight seal around the outside, but not much past that.
That's a new one. We've got an electrical problem. Yeah, but I've got race tape. Race tape will fix anything. No, race tape won't fix that one, unfortunately. That's going to effectively ruin the 786 Audi's car. And you can see it in the pit lane that there was no light illuminated in that one.
The circuit's really cleared up, hasn't it?
Yeah, track conditions continuing to improve. Candice Cassira is still tracking down Lauren Enriques.
There's a solid light there from the Honda. So I think maybe it's not necessarily a matter of whether the light is solid or blinking. It's the inconsistency from the Audi's light. That's the problem here. And they're sending it back out.
That's not on.
No, the light's not on. So what's going on here?
All we can do is watch and wait and see that one come out. Now, remember that Ferrari 296 as well. You wouldn't have been here for that yesterday, Reese, but they had an issue on lap 1. Watch the rear end of this car. It's not on. It's still not on.
Well, they might have to bring that one right back in.
Yeah.
It's just not safe, you know. It's a matter of visibility. You need to be visible to the other competitors. That's why the lights turn on, the headlights turn on in the rain, and you have the blinking or solid rain light on the back of the cars. It's all about making sure that the other competitors know where you are, just for safety's sake. But the Audi has clearly not had that issue fixed. There is no light on the back of that car. That is a safety issue.
They'll be in trouble for releasing that car effectively in an unsafe condition after they were told to fix it. The light was never on in the pit lane.
No.
We never, from all the shots that we saw of that car in the pit lane, it was never on.
Black and orange flag back out for the 786. They have to bring that thing straight back in.
The worry is from race control. They'll be. I don't doubt that we're about to see a message pop up on the screens as well to say they'll want the car manager for that team to go and see race control immediately afterwards as well, because there was no real attempt, and the light never showed any. You can't do that. If you're told to fix a car, you have to fix the car before it goes back out on the circuit.
Yeah. There's the confirmation then on the start gantry. Straight back into the lane. The car 786, and the ultimate penalty may be greater for them sending that car back out. Wonder if they're just going to pull it back into the garage from here.
They're they get it back in the garage, maybe they can start taking paneling off and have a good look. They're not going to be able to do anything from there. Race is well and truly done.
Still fiddling around with the wiring there. You can still see the condensation on the interior of the light assembly. And that's Carroll out of the car. You can sense the disappointment in his body language there. That car will not return to the racetrack. Yellow flag at the end of pit lane. I saw... Yeah. That was a local yellow.
Might have been car wide at turn 1. There was a 34 seconds first sector for the number 9 of Nataponga Manat, which was exceptionally slow compared to the other cars. Pit windows open regardless.
Yeah, wait another 10 minutes and the pit window will shut. So the number 18 Porsche with Lauren Heinrich at the wheel will continue out there with the 6-second lead over Kantersak. And here's a potential position change. Oh, nearly. Sandy Stuvik. Carlo Van Dam. They are rounding them up and back into 3rd place. Ferrari 296 now off of the podium positions. Sandy, though, doesn't quite have the exit that he needs out of turn 1. And Van Dam will get him right back here into turn 3. Good to have a battle out on the track.
Swapping positions multiple times. That Porsche known for its grip in the wet. Around the outside, down at turn 3. Van Dam gives him just enough room. They both get back to the power. Run down to turn 4. I feel like they'll get single file before they get down here. Porsche will slot in just in front of that Ferrari. So move done. That was more rain in the background of that shot as well. But that's the northern end of the racetrack, I believe. Which means
the rain's moving away from the track.
Yeah.
So it looks like for the time being, we will be staying dry. Into the pits for the number 10 now. And that's CY Simon Chan, who's found his way in. Solo driver in the GTM class, which is going to bring with it some extra pit time to equalize him with the 2 driver cars in the GTM class.
Yep, so first one in the pit lane. Of course, for Simon Chen, no driver swap to be done, so where that pit stop happens in the middle of the cycle, completely and utterly up to him based upon how he's feeling.
And keep an eye out for the number 10 later on in the race. Yesterday, he was very close to the Ferrari you see on the left side of your screen now, full screen. Into the pits for the other Audi in the field. That's the number 27. Sethapond and Adisak will now swap places.
They've got shorter stop in the GT3 field, being the dual bronze pairing and the only one in the field. They've had reasonable speed. Adisak was generally quite quick last year as well. That car was always in contention. First pit stop and returning to the road for Simon Chen.
Now we just wait on the pit stops for Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Supras, replacing the Lexus RCFs that they raced last year. Basically the same cars underneath. They've just put on new bodywork to make it resemble a GR Supra, keeping the same powertrain. to say that the super bodywork does suit the car very nicely, though, in my opinion. A bit better than the Lexus did.
Lower intake, too, at the front end of that car as well. Probably trying to get some of that weight just a fraction lower. Here they are together out on screen as well. 27 returns to the circuit. The other thing that we're sort of seeing from everyone in the GT3 field is they're looking to try and run long here. Look at the margin now that 26 Porsche has made up over Carlo Van Dam. It'll be Sandy Stuvik to hand over to Henk Kicks out of the Porsche. Carlo Van Dam will hand over to Flora Voodbeer and back D. In at the Ferrari 296.
Sandy potentially chasing a bit of water there between turns 3 and 4. I think the track is cleared off to the point that in some areas of the racetrack you will want to try and find some water just to cool the tyres off a little bit. I mean, wet tyres, they do heat up very quickly once the circuit starts drying out, and we already had quite a warm track temp coming into this race, so makes sense that he would be trying to keep the grip up by just running offline and getting into the cooler parts of the racetrack.
All it seems thus far, albeit we've only really got a couple of drivers realistic to look at, which is the 27 machine and the number 10, both electing to keep the tyres that they had on the car. And the reason why that might be the temperature. We're going to be a half-hour second stint. Trying to get down to crunch time as well for the back half of the race. Lap time's continuing to improve as the track does improve a little bit.
Smooth lines from Natavude here in the GR Supra. Struggling occasionally for rear-end grip, but Natavude is quite a talented man. If I'm not mistaken, from information from last year, one of the older drivers in the field.
Correct. I think we was up to, what, 50s, 60s or so? The other exception we had was Douglas Coos not returning this year. He was in his late 60s, the gentleman driver. We're that ferocious looking Aston Martin back in 2023, upgraded to a Mercedes last year, and then was expecting to see him back again for this year. In the meantime, the one GT3 that has come to pit lane, under investigation for speeding in the pit lane.
Uh-oh.
If that's the case, that will take that car completely out of contention.
That's a shame. Is Sathapond and Adisak a good driver pairing. They were keeping things stable for the first half of the race. Also chasing water is the Honda NSX there with Kantasak at the wheel. Keeping it in second place. We are running out of time in the pit window. We've only got 2 minutes left. So we're going to be seeing pretty much the entire rest of the field come in at the end of this lap, I'd wager.
I would say the GCM field should be probably in this time. Super Kit to the corner. Yeah, and we'll come in just because there's not enough time left over on the board. By the time they get back to the stripe, they will actually have to pit. Now Vude will follow him in. Time running out on the pit lane window. Sandy Stuvik's going to be really tight on that pit lane window, by the way. He may not make it.
It's a potential option there. Of course, fuel being taken out there for the Ferrari 488. This GTM car, the 488 Challenge car, has a smaller fuel tank, smallest in the field, thanks to the regulations of the 488 Challenge series that it comes from. And so they are the only car that actually needs to take fuel in the pit cycle.
There'll be two more cars from the GTC field that will also require refueling. That'll be coming up after the Formula 4 race, which will be next. Maybe, again, interesting conditions for the Formula 4s. I think I'm pretty confident they're going to be a wet race, but again, at the back end of that race, that may end up drying out. Fresh tyres, the first of fresh tyres being applied to number 18 Porsche.
So Vutakorn taking over from Lauren Heinrich there, and man, it's an absolute hive of activity at the moment. The NSX with the driver change as well. And new tyres.
Yep, fresh rubber for them as well. Is that a change to the bars they're doing in there?
Looks like it might be. Either that or they're helping the new driver with the seatbelts. Pit window is closed, and you can see that Sandy Stuvik had brought the 26 Porsche in there. He's going to be handing over to Henk Kicks. So it looks like pretty much everyone is clear when it comes to coming in within the window. Now race control's attention, only just. Now race control's attention will turn to if there were any other violations in the pit lane. The race for GTM, meanwhile. Kittapol and Superkit coming out just ahead of Natavude, who's completed his stop in the 24 Toyota Supra.
Yep, so we'll keep an eye on this one. Ferrari 296, new for Team Singer Thailand, in the hands of Carlo Van Dam and Vuravu Birombakti. Peter Birombakti and Kentasak Kasiri won the opening event quite comfortably last year in the Honda NSX. The one on debut. Comfortable and happy with that car, so testing being done for the second team in what will probably be a second Ferrari 296 you would assume to be purchased either later in the year or potentially early next year. Lights on before he gets to the end of the pit lane for the number 18 car. I'm seeing on my timing, I have a feeling they'll be out ahead and comfortably. Here's the 26 of Henk Kicks was out second. That's the 18 machine, the 89 machine. So the two Team Singer cars line astern as they exit pit lane. There's actually not a huge deal of time between all of those teams, so we could be in for a reasonable fight at the back end of this race.
Certainly could. Just under 23 minutes to go in this second race of the weekend for TSS Supercar GT3 and GTM. We're now at the point where they don't have their windscreen wipers going the whole time. It looks like it's just on that occasional toggle now for the Honda NSX. So good news for the F4 competitors. The track won't be soaking wet. The GT3s have done their job of clearing that water that was unceremoniously dumped on the circuit mere minutes before the start of this race.
I do wonder about Daniel Bilski. I might flick him another message off just to check where he's at, because he was over the rain earlier. They might be now back in for a dry setup for the GT4 cars. That'll be worthwhile following that story.
Number 10 Porsche, Simon Chan, first car to come in for the scheduled pit stop in the GTM class. 16 seconds back from the battle for the lead between Kittapol and of course Natavude. See what kind of lap times Natavude will be able to pull off here, because he certainly got plenty of skill behind the wheel. Can he make up that 2-second gap in the next 21 minutes? And keep an eye on the lap times for the number 10 as well. We're still waiting for effective lap times to start coming in. We had to take into account the extended time spent in the pits, but 1 minute 52 from Simon Chan that last lap. That'll be the benchmark here. Best lap so far from Natavude has been a 1 minute 52.9, and Kittapol has just set a 1 minute 50.5. He has extended that gap in the GTM lead.
Yep, so speed starting to return to that number 25 car. Again, we're really just waiting to see where the dice fall.
The Singer Motorsport Ferrari is under investigation for speeding in the pit lane. Horovud Birambakti at the wheel and evidently getting off the limiter a bit too early, it seems.
Well, the thing is, there's actually two Team Singer Motorsports Thailand Ferraris in this field. They're just in the different categories.
Yes. So in that case, we're talking about the number 89.
Yeah, the 296, the GT3 competitor. Yep.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting one because that was something we didn't really have to worry about mentioning last year. It was that thing kicks out and on the runoff areas out of the final corner as well. But in second place and reasonable in terms of lap time at the moment, although Piti Birambakti just took a second out of the margin between those cars, only just over 6 seconds.
Yeah, solid lap from the NSX there. They're not quite touching the fastest times that they set earlier, but we'll see if any of that changes as the race draws on. A bit more windscreen wiper usage now, evidently still a bit too much spray out there on the circuit.
It's interesting because every time I look at this car, I wonder whether or not that might be air conditioning on inside the cockpit. You see the marks on the inside of the windscreen? There's no way that's bubbles in the tear-offs, yeah?
Surely not. I mean, maybe? Yeah. There's a possibility that it could be. I'm not quite sure. If it was air conditioning, then it would be, a bit more of a consistent sort of fog down the bottom, wouldn't it?
For sure. It just matters where the vents are, and there's confirmation for Horovud Birambakti. 10 seconds will be added to their post-race time for the excess speed in the pit lane.
They're going to lose their overall top 4 for that.
Yeah. Actually, have a look at you see them come out of the final corner. Have a look at the lap times for P4 and P5 on that lap. 1:49.479 for both of them. So identical lap times down to the thousandth of a second. I believe that would have been Superkit who's just climbed from the Ferrari 48 Challenge car that leads GTM. Very comfortable with their performance in leading the race at the moment by 3.5 seconds.
They've gotten into the rhythm very nicely, haven't they? Check back in with car number 89 in here. And you see just how close they are to the second of the Audis in this field, the lone GT3 AM competitor, with Sathapond and Adasak at the wheel of that one. And well, you can see from looking at the rear end of these cars, when the Audi comes out of the corner here, it is a solid rain light. So that gives a bit more context to what happened to the 786 with their mechanical black flag for their rain light. It was supposed to be just solidly on the whole time. It's not a blinker. So to see it turning on and off at random like it did would not have inspired confidence in anyone behind them, certainly not in the eyes of race control.
Yep. Certainly adds a lot more context to it, because that explains that whole situation of why it looked like it was on and then it was going off on and going off as well. That's Carlo Van Dam, I believe, watching on at the moment. Got a 4-word response from Daniel Bilski regarding GT4 setup at the moment. Nightmare. ... Setup choice. ... They are uncertain what to do for the GT4 categories.
Because there's no rain from what I can see on its way, but they will still be dealing with a track that has substandard grip, and so it will be quite the dilemma that the teams in the races to come will be dealing with. To say nothing of what the Super Pickup Division 1 drivers might be dealing with. They're going to be the last race of the day, last race of the weekend to close out our broadcast here. How will the track be when they hit it?
I'd be confident for them to be back on slick tyres without more rain. And with how much this is dry. Well, actually, sorry, my apologies. They're semi-slicks for the Super Pickup. So regardless, they're going to be on one compounded tyre no matter what happens. They're nearly appropriately set up for that. You nearly wish to switch around the GT4 and the GTCs and the Super Pickups to finish off the day. Could you be confident in those conditions with the trucks out on track and a semi-slick?
In terms of that battle for overall position between the 89 and the 27, unclear whether or not the AM car will end up passing the 89 on track, but thanks to the 10-second time penalty for Van Dam and Biron Bakhti, they will be classified behind them at the end of the race, no matter what happens in that battle, unless the Audi has a problem and falls more than 10 seconds behind, but that's not looking likely at the moment. Battle for second starting to eventuate here in GT3. Henk Kicks has been keeping the pace up somewhat, but losing 1.5 seconds on the previous lap to Piti Biron Bakhti, who's chasing him down at a rate of knots right now. Have a bit of lap traffic to deal with as well, in the form of the number 9 GR Supra, and side by side there's the line for the Honda, and the number 12 is through into P2.
I was doing some research into, it was a question regarding tyre compounds and whether or not there'd be an intermediate actually available. The problem with intermediate tyres is that you're picking a tyre for a very narrow range of working conditions, and generally that's an extra cost to the teams, particularly in a series where you've only got 6 GT3s and realistically two races across a weekend. You'd be purchasing a tyre for a very, very narrow window, whereas coming to an event like this you can go, all right, well, we want wet tyres to be available to us, and we just return them. A wet tyre is going to cover a wider range of conditions, and it'll work down to an intermediate condition and be totally fine in that. It'll start to overheat a little bit earlier, won't offer maybe the same grip. An intermediate tyre compound generally quite softer, and that's why it works in that middle range as well, less grooves in the tyre, doesn't quite need as much water carrying capacity. But with the conditions that these guys have been through for this race, you've got to remember that the conditions they were in early on, they required a full-on wet tyre, and that sort of carried through to this section. So we would be confident in assuming there would probably not be an intermediate tyre. There would realistically just be a slick and a wet tyre available. But the options, doing some quick Googling, there is an option of an intermediate tyre for GT3 racing and the SRO platform, but I would strongly advise that no, I don't think it'd be used for this event.
Probably not. Of course, big year for Thai Super Series with SRO coming in and lending their support to the GT3 section of these championships. So they end up switching from Hankook to Pirelli rubber as a result. To still trying to gain here on Kitapol for the lead of GTM, and he's looking a little bit closer. Checking out the lap times for these guys. Only a small point of difference between them, but the gap has come down to 2.5 seconds. Could be a late race charge we're seeing there from Natavude.
Yep, certainly starting to make some time. That's an Audi going past the number 9 machine, so that is Sathapon making a little bit of time. 9 seconds down the road, he'd have to find 2 Hank Kicks. Found half a second on the most recent lap. New fastest lap of the race, by the way. PD Biron-Bakti sets himself a 1:46.394 first car of this half of the race to be down in the 46s, and that just says track conditions continuing to improve. At the moment, you can see very little spray in a large section of the straight. In fact, you've got to move a long way offline to start creating spray. So conditions will continue to improve. Under 10 minutes in the weekend now. Time is running out. If you've got something left, you need to find it and show it quickly.
Your closest gap on track is still between the 2 cars that are on track ahead of this number 9, the last running car at the moment. Manat and Natapong having a tough day out there. 1.5 seconds between Atasak and Vorovud Biron-Bakti for overall 4th place. Check back in with the number 18, who leads this race quite convincingly, 15 seconds out in front of PT Biron-Bakti in the Honda. Leader in GTM remaining the Ferrari for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand, the 488 Challenge car. Fueled up in the pit cycle and back out there, setting some solid times. Only car that was faster than them on the previous lap was actually Simon Chan in the number 10. 151.1 for Simon Chan, and 151.7 there for Kitapol at the wheel of the 25. But the gap is too great, I think, for Simon to really make anything up there. The closest threat for this 25 still remains Natavude.
Yep, certainly does. And don't forget, for all the Porsches in the fields across our GT categories, are entered in the Thailand Porsche Sprint Trophy. Fortunately for Hank Hicks and Sandy Stuvik, it's not been a great result in either of their races. Finish on the podium here in race number 2 at the moment. Barring anything major happening in the final 10 minutes of the race. And Simon Chen is going to finish 3rd overall in GTM as well.
Natavude was really searching for water on the start-finish straight that time, wasn't he?
Yep.
So that tells me that at the very least the Supras might be struggling a little bit in these late stages. You don't see much of any water searching for Gutakorn here, who has taken the wheel from Lauren Heinrich of the number 18 in the lead.
Now, just all we can do is watch and wait. Closest battle out on track, 2.4 seconds. Vorovud Biron-Bakti sits 5th overall to Sathapond, at the moment the 27 car. The next closest gap's 3.5 seconds, which is Natavude chasing down class leader in GTM, Kitapol at the moment the 25 car. And that track is definitely drier. Less and less spray. I wonder by the end of the F4 race whether or not we might be back to slicks for the GT4s. That is going to be a very difficult decision for that GT4 race. It's just getting more difficult to decide on what they're going to do, not less.
Yeah, the problem that you have is, yes, the track will be drier overall, and that might be good enough for slicks, but you're still going to have a lot of moisture offline. And if the dry line doesn't really start forming right away, then slicks could be quite difficult to deal with.
One of the big things that we saw yesterday when the track improved dramatically during that Formula 4 race was that there was actually back to a regular grey on the race line, and we're not seeing that yet. But we still got a good 45, 50 minutes or so before the GT4 cars are out there. I would say I would lock F4 in at this point in time to a wet tyre. But everyone else is the big question mark. So, for the first time in the last 3 years, GT3 completes a complete wet race. First time those Pirelli wets have been used as part of the new era of SRO governance for the Thailand Super Series. The first time in the last 3 years that we've had wets across any of the categories, and not only have we had them for one day, we've had them for all days. But the dramaticness of the condition change. And worthwhile pointing out that 40 minutes ago we had to have a safety car for the conditions being too bad to continue circulating, and now the track, we're already talking about it being dry. Or close to.
I'm consistently amazed, you know, at the weather in this part of the world. Like, you know, I'm from a bit further down south, Western Australia, and you know, sometimes we do have wild weather, but the weather seems to remain consistent, right? Like, you know, if it's hot, if it's sunny, it's going to be sunny for a while. If it rains, it's going to rain for a while, maybe a few days at a time. Here, we can go from monsoonal conditions to a drying racetrack in the space of an hour. That still throws my head for a loop.
It was realistically, it was what, 5 or 10 minutes of thumping. Actually, it was more than that. It was about 15 minutes thumping down rain, but it's that ambient temperature that really just wicks away that water as quickly as possible. There's the race leader in both categories side by side down at turn 3. That is Vodacom at the moment, 12 seconds. Your race leader, new fastest lap for Pitty Beer on Bacti, but with 3 minutes on the clock and the margin out at 12 seconds, it won't matter. That one's all but decided. In terms of GT3s, GTMs is looking more and more resolved as well. That little bit of a hesitation in the Toyota Supras, the GTM in the throttle. Built was a little bit of tyre slip and then some slip came out of the throttle pedal just to manage that one.
See, the pace is starting to increase for our overall race leader here as well. I think that's the first little hint of oversteer on exit that I've seen in a while. Taking very good care of the car out the front. 3 laps to go. Remember, the race distance is 1 hour plus 1 lap. And look at the water searching here on the start-finish straight. They're all doing it now. The tyres starting to feel a little bit too slippery, a little bit too warm for the soft, deep-treaded rubber.
So, starting to widen the line some more. More of the curbs in operation now. Everything is, it's still wet, but it's still continuing to dry, I think is the big thing. We'll be waiting a while. It's still a mile away.
Yeah, there's enough spray offline that I think wet tyres are still going to be almost a definite conclusion for the F4s. And then it might be right on the border, perhaps midway through the GT4 race. Little bit of a wiggle there through turn 6 there. Look at the amount of curb that he's using on the exit coming into turn 8 and 9.
Confidence really starting to build.
Yeah. Unfortunately, right at the end of the race, so it's unclear if we're going to be seeing more fighting go on here as Natavude making way for the overall second place car. Our GTM top 2 there now in the same shot. It's only 1.8 seconds between the two of them. Natavude, as I said, with this late charge here, going to have 2 more laps to work this out.
Yep, whether or not the tyres on the Ferrari challenge car are starting to go off a little bit, over-temperaturing. In fact, there he is running off and using the off-track areas because they are quite wet out there beyond the blue curbing. Timer has reached 0, but there will be 1 more lap when we get back to the start-finish line. Meantime, the margin for the race lead has come down to under 10 seconds, but it's going to require a failure on the last lap for Budakorn for anything to be done about that. There is that Porsche. Will that margin set up by Laurent Henrique? He drove his first stint exceptionally well in what was testing conditions for the drivers. And Budakorn's had a job to do, but it's been a lot easier to bring this car home at the back end of the race. Down through turn 8. Short run to 9. Climb up through 10 and 11 and down to 12, and then it'll be 4.5 kilometres to go, Reese. But that car has looked in control from the start.
Certainly has. You mentioned earlier that the Porsche 911 GT3R is pretty supreme in wet conditions compared to the other cars in the class. And that's been proven well and truly here. Yeah, of course, Henk Kicks and Sandy Stubik ending up losing second place to this car. Pity Biron Bakti doing well in the Honda camp there. Now GTM top 2 across the line to begin their final lap. And the gaps come back out to about 2.5 seconds. It's going to take a miracle from Natavude to take victory from here. Kittipol looks to be in control of the GTM lead. But Budakorn and Laurent Henrique have put on an absolute masterclass here today. See, there was still quite a bit of standing water there on the exit of turn 3. Big kick up from the rear of the car.
Final time, though, for the number 18 car. Finished second yesterday, is going to be on top here today. Inverted results across the weekend means I'm fairly confident we're going to be heading into round number 2 at Bang Sen in July with a tied fight for the GT3 lead. What is this battle going to deliver across the journey of 2025? Defending champions in the number 12 car and that Honda NSX unchanged for 25 from the result last year. Out of 10 through the crest at 11 and the kink. 1 corner to go for the number 18 Porsche. And for Budakorn, he'll turn the AAS Motorsport Porsche out of the final corner. He'll come to the flag. He'll take the checkered flag. GT3 Pro-Am class winner.
Lovely stuff. Fantastic result. And there's Biron Bakti bringing the Honda across the line. And in GTM, it's going to be Sathapon, it's going to be Kittipol and Superkit, sorry, who take victory in the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. Machine, very close run there from Natavude on the last lap. He brought that gap back down under 2 seconds, but seems that consistency was not his strong suit today. Ferrari in supreme control there today, and Porsche on top in our GT3 categories. Very happy crew down there.
Yeah, they might have just been managing that gap too for the Ferrari 488. They had margin up their sleeve to work with. Never a bad idea, but comfortable in victory. Now the celebrations begin for the drivers and the teams. Difficult weekend, wet conditions. We've seen dramas. We saw Ferrari 296 not take to the field. We saw our race leader have to come to pit lane for rain light issues. But these were the drivers and teams that stood amongst the top. Lorno Reeks and Vudakorn will take the win from Kenesak Kassiri and Piti Bhirombhakdi. Sandy Stuvik and Henk Kicks taking third spot for those guys. And that will also be the Pro-Am podium as well in GT3 category. Not only was it the outright, it was also podium there. Southapon and Adisak, the only GT3M competitor. Superkit and Kittapole will get it done from Nadavude. And Saiwai Simon Chen for P3.
Fastest lap time very hotly contested here today, but ultimately it did go to Kantasak and Piti. 1 minute 45.1. That is a solid time for the conditions that we were seeing here today. Always love a gradually drying racetrack to throw up some excitement here in the Thai Super Series. Very shortly though, Scott, we're going to be turning our attention to the open wheeler contingent. F4 Southeast Asia is up next, starting just past the hour. For now though, in the GT3 pits, AAS Motorsport, very proud of their victory. Second place for the Honda team, Henk and Sandy in P3. Solid podium.
Yep, very, very happy with that drive from those guys. As well as race winners. And they, as they should be, driven exceptionally well here today. So GT3 over and done with, the crown jewel in the Thailand Super Series calendar. Run and done for the day. And indeed for the weekend. With results going the way. Mixed wins across two different teams. The AES Motorsports Porsche gets it done in race number 2 of the weekend, but race 1, Piti Bhirombhakdi and Kantasak Kassiri for Team Singer Motorsports Thailand. And Kicks and Sandy Stuvik will be happy with third place here today. Vorvud, Bhirombhakdi and Carlo Van Dam have struggled with that car across the weekend, not getting racing laps in yesterday. After issues with that car on the opening lap, they at least managed to make the finish today, but they'll be left scratching their heads and looking to find a little bit of performance heading to Bang Sen.
And Bang Sen is infamously going to be one of the most brutal races on the calendar, not just in the Thai Super Series, but in the whole world of motorsport, really. Spectacular street circuit, but it's got walls very close at all times, narrow roads going up the hill. So they'll be putting in as much effort as they possibly can to prepare for that weekend yet to come. I'm hyped already for the Bang Sen Grand Prix. It's going to be intense.
Yeah. Always a focus from us. Goody will be over there with interviews. Remember, mixture of English-speaking drivers amongst these teams. So we'll get all the latest from Goody in pit lane.
Thank you. All right, so 2 races, you have to remain stable for the race. How do you feel in this?
Oh yeah, the first half of the race, I was hoping rain yesterday. I think I hope a little bit too much. First half was a little bit stressful. I think it was getting very heavy. I'm struggling to keep up the pack, but second, sorry.
First thing?
Yeah, first thing it was rain pretty bad outside. Second half, yeah, it clearing up. So So yeah, I'm happy that everything is okay, and everyone there's no incident at all. So it was a good race, a good result, and good points for the team as well.
Yeah, happy for the result today.
Yes, I'm happy to have getting the third place.
All right. So in the next race, we have to go to the Bangsan.
I'm looking forward to that. Yeah,
Okay.
and I don't hope for rain on Bangsan.
โอเคก็เขาไซมอนซันก็พูดนะครับว่าก็รู้สึกในช่วงสตินแรกเนี่ยก็อาจจะค่อนข้างลำบากยากแข่งยากนิดนึงนะครับแล้วพอในช่วงสตินที่2เนี่ยก็ขับแบบสบายขึ้นแล้วก็หวังว่างานที่บางแสนเนี่ยเขาก็อยากไปขับแข่งต่อแต่ก็ไม่อยากให้เกิดเหตุการณ์ฝนตกแบบนี้อีกนะครับก็เป็นกำลังใจให้กับไซมอนชานด้วยนั่นเองนะครับโอเค congratulation ไปอันดับที่2นะครับในรุ่นของ GTM นะครับแน่นอนนะฮะกับ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand พี่วัวณัฐวุฒิเจริญสุขวัฒนะแม่ต้องแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับพี่วัวครับสวัสดีครับระหว่างพี่วัวแต่งตัวก่อนนะฮะก็อยากจะให้ทุกคนเนี่ยได้ร่วมแสดงความยินดีกันนะครับในการแข่งขันว่านี่เป็นเรสที่2แล้วนะครับสำหรับการแข่งขันในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GTM ซึ่งแน่นอนว่าพี่วัวก็จะเป็นในที่1ของรุ่นแอมด้วยครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับการแข่งขันทั้ง2เรสที่ผ่านมาครับ
ก็ยากมากๆนะโดยเฉพาะวันนี้เพราะว่าสตาร์ทไปเนี่ยมันมีฝนใช่ไหมครับ
ครับ
มองไม่เห็นอันที่ต้องยอมรับจริงๆแต่ว่าก็พยายามที่จะดูนะครับว่าอะไรที่มันปลอดภัยก็เอาตรงนั้นไปก่อนแล้วก็เดี๋ยวค่อยว่ากัน
ครับก็ถือว่า
ก็ประสบความสำเร็จครับวันนี้ต้องขอบคุณทีมช่างนะครับที่ทำรถจากเมื่อวานนี้ได้ดีมากเพราะว่ามันมีปัญหาอยู่เล็กน้อยนะครับวันนี้เยี่ยมมาก
ใช่ฮะก็ถือว่าวันนี้พอใจในผลการแข่งขัน
โอ้มากเลยครับเพราะว่าค่อนข้างที่จะคงเส้นคงวาดี
ครับพี่วัวครับส่งต่อสนามหน้าให้คนดูติดตามไปเชียร์ด้วยครับ
ก็บางแสนนะครับอย่าพลาดนะครับปีหนึ่งครั้งเดียวอันนี้งานใหญ่อยู่แล้วนะครับมาชมแล้วก็มาเชียร์นะครับ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand ขอบคุณมากครับ
ขอบคุณครับพี่วัวณัฐวุฒิเจริญสุขวัฒนะครับก่อนที่จะเจอพี่วัวเนี่ยใช่ไหมฮะผมเจอแฟนคลับของพี่วัวนะเป็นคู่พ่อลูกเนี่ยคุณผู้ชมเชื่อไหมเขาตามพี่วัวมาตั้งแต่ปี 2010 จนเขาบอกว่าเนี่ยตามมาทุกสนามเลยนะฮะก็เป็นหนึ่งในนักแข่งที่ทุกคนชื่นชอบนะครับและอันดับ1ในรุ่นของ GTM นะครับเป็นของสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์ congratulation ครับแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับเป็นไงบ้างครับพี่ครับ
ก็ต้องถามเต้ครับเพราะเห็นบอกว่ามองไม่เห็นเลยเพราะฝนเยอะมากแต่ตอนสตินผมเข้ามาเริ่มแห้งแล้วก็ออกไปอยู่หน้าพี่วัวประมาณ 2-3 วิผมก็พยายามคงตรงนั้นไว้ไม่อยากที่จะพุชเกินไปเพราะว่าแทร็กมันเริ่มเปลี่ยนเดี๋ยวแห้งเดี๋ยวเปียกก็เลยขับสบายๆระวังครับ
ครับก็ตอนสตาร์ทมองอะไรไม่เห็นนะครับแต่ก็ผมก็อยากจะมีแกลบเยอะๆนะครับเพราะว่าตอนพิทสต็อปเราจอดในพิทค่อนข้างนานนะครับครับก็
ดูแล้วสตินแรกค่อนข้างหนักถูกไหมฮะสตินแรกมันจะหนักหน่อยเพราะว่าฝนมันเพิ่งเทลงมาเลยแล้วเป็นการตัดสินใจที่ต้องทันทีเหมือนกันในเรื่องของการบริหารจัดการเรสนะครับพี่ตรีครับในสนามหน้าบางแสนส่งต่อให้หน่อยครับ
ก็สนามบางแสนเป็นสนามที่สนุกมากผมชอบเต้ชอบนะครับรถเราก็ค่อนข้างเร็วแต่ว่าแน่นอนเราจะโดน15 วิในพิทเพราะว่าเราชนะที่1อีกทีหนึ่งก็คงต้องรอลุ้นดูครับว่าเป็นยังไงอากาศจะเป็นยังไงด้วยนะครับ
ครับก็บางแสนนะครับก็ผมยังขับ2คันเหมือนเดิมนะครับก็เป็นซูเปอร์คาร์ GTM แล้วก็ซูเปอร์ทัวริงนะครับแล้วก็คิดว่าน่าจะเหนื่อยหน่อยครับเพราะว่าจอดพิทนานครับ
ชั่วโมงทั้งคู่โอเคครับขอบพระคุณครับแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งนะครับกิติพลปราโมช อยุธยาพิตรีนะครับแล้วก็น้องเต้สุภกิจเจนสิตรานันท์กับทีมสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์ในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GTM และในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GT3 นะครับอันดับ3เป็นของ Be Quick Absolute Racing เฮงกิกและแซนดี้สวิก congratulation ในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GT3 นะครับอันดับ3เป็นของ Be Quick Absolute Racing เฮงกิกและแซนดี้สวิก congratulation ว้าวโอเค How do you feel for two races
Exciting.
Always exciting.
I mean, who could have thought about it? The outlap goes out, we go out on slicks, it starts raining, then it's so much rain, and then it's a drying track like yesterday. So I think it's very exciting for all the drivers.
เป็นเรื่องที่น่าตื่นเต้นว่าฝนมันตกกันนะฮะแล้วก็เรื่องของปัญหาที่เกิดแต่ unfortunately for in the rain line in
little things happen, yeah.
Yes, okay. Sandy ครับพูดหน่อยครับ
ก็แฮปปี้มากเลยครับวันนี้ก็ได้ขึ้นโพเดียมนะครับกับคุณเฮงซันดี้ก็พอใจครับได้เรียนรู้เยอะกับรถคันนี้นะครับแล้วก็ช่วงแรกก็ต้องบอกเลยว่าน่ากลัวมากเลยครับมีฝนเยอะมากก็รถจะเหินน้ำขนาดอยู่ทางตรงมันก็ยังเหินอยู่ครับ
ก็ถือว่าแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งนะครับกับรุ่นนี้นะครับ congratulations again โอเคขอบคุณครับ Be Quick Absolute Racing อันดับที่3นะครับและอันดับที่2นะครับเป็นของสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์นะครับกับปิติพิรมภักดีและแบงค์กันตศักดิ์กุลศิริแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับการแข่งขันในเรสนี้ครับ
ก็ถือว่าทำได้ดีครับเราอาจจะมีช้าตอนเข้าพิทเพราะ ปรับกันโครงเพราะว่าสนามมันเริ่มแห้งแต่ว่าใช้เวลาในการเซอร์วิสนานไปหน่อยเลยทำให้อยู่ในพิษนานกว่าที่ควรจะเป็นครับ
แบงค์ครับ
ครับก็สำหรับสตินของแบงก์ก็จริงๆแล้วมันจะค่อนข้างยากเพราะฝนลงมาค่อนข้างเยอะนะครับก็จะพยายามเซฟรถกลับมาให้ถึงพิษให้พี่ต๊อดทำหน้าที่ต่อให้ได้แค่นั้นนะครับ
ก็เรียกได้ว่าพอใจในผลงานในวันนี้
ครับก็ถือว่าเป็นตามที่เราคาดนะครับแต่ว่าถ้าในพิษดีเนี่ยก็มีโอกาสที่จะไล่ให้ใกล้กว่านี้ครับ
ในเรื่องของ compensation time เพราะมันเสียเวลาตรงนั้นไปครับพี่ต้อยครับสนามหน้าบางแสนเนี่ยมันเป็น straight circuit และมันจะแตกต่างจากที่นี่โดยสิ้นเชิงเราก็คาดการไม่ได้เรื่องสภาพอากาศเหมือนกันอีเวนว่าถ้าเกิดว่ามันเกิดเหตุการณ์ว่าถ้ามีฝนตกแบบนี้มันจะแข่งยากขึ้นกว่าเดิมอีกเยอะไหมฮะ
ก็ต้องบอกว่าจากยางที่เราเปลี่ยนในปีนี้นะครับถือว่าอยู่ใน performance ที่ดีแล้วก็เทียบเท่ากับสแตนดาร์ดที่แข่งขันกันในระดับต่างประเทศก็ผมว่าสนามบางแสนปีนี้น่าจะเห็นเวลาที่เร็วกว่าปีที่แล้วเยอะอยู่พอสมควรครับ
แบงค์ครับส่งต่อไปถึงบางแสนนะครับ
ครับก็อยากจะให้มาเชียร์กันเยอะๆนะครับผมเพราะว่า1ปีก็มี1ครั้งนะครับผมก็อยากจะให้มาเชียร์ทีมสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตเยอะๆครับ
สนามบ้านเกิด
ใช่
ครับปิดท้ายเลยครับปิดท้ายเลย
ครับผมก็ยังไงฝากติดตามแล้วก็ส่งกำลังใจเชียร์ทีมสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์นะครับแล้วก็รถหมายเลข12ผมกับแบงค์ครับ
ครับสวัสดีอีกครั้งครับกับสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์นะครับปิติพิรมพักดีและแบงค์คณศักดิ์กุลศิรินะครับแน่นอนนะฮะไปต่อกับที่1ในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GT3 นะครับเป็นของ AAS Motorsport แสดงความยินดีด้วยครับ congratulations โอ้โหพี่ต้อยครับเชิญครับเป็นความรู้สึกต้องบอกว่าดีใจมากๆที่มาเป็นที่1แล้วต้องบอกว่าลอเรนfaster เร็วมากครับพี่
ครับก็ดีใจฮะได้กลับมายืนบนโพเดียมที่1อีกครั้งก็ต้องขอบคุณทีมงานแล้วก็ลอเรนเป็นอย่างมากนะฮะที่ได้นำรถกลับมาด้วยแก๊ปพอสมควรเลยในช่วงระหว่างฝนนะฮะแล้วก็ทำให้ผมทำงานได้ง่ายขึ้นเพราะว่าจริงๆมันเริ่มแห้งแล้วก็ตัวยางเนี่ยเพรสเชอร์มันขึ้นค่อนข้างมากมันมีฮีทเพราะฉะนั้นก็ต้องตามหาน้ำทั้งทางนะฮะเพื่อที่จะบริหารจัดการให้รถให้มันจบให้ได้ครับ
เป็นเรื่องที่ค่อนข้างยากในสตินแรกเพราะอย่างที่บอกว่าฝนเนี่ยมันมาโดยที่เร็วมากการบริหารจัดการเป็นสิ่งสำคัญแต่สิ่งที่เราเห็นชัดเจนเนี่ยคือลอเรนการขับในเรสต่างๆในแต่ละแทร็กในแต่เคิร์ฟเนี่ยมันคือสุดมากจริงๆอันนี้คือเป็นเรื่องที่เรา Amazing เห็นเลย
ใช่ฮะจริงฮะเขาเห็นวิธีการที่เขาหาลายหาอะไรตลอดเวลานะในทุกๆรอบแล้วเปลี่ยนลายแต่ละโค้งแต่ละคอร์เนอร์อะไรอย่างเงี้ยนะฮะอันนี้ก็ต้องยอมรับความเป็นมืออาชีพของเขาจริงๆครับ
Alright so how are you feel in this race
Yeah, I'm very happy to get the first win of the season. Obviously, after finishing second yesterday, we knew today we want to go one better. I started from the second row. I had a good start. Was behind the Audi. It was very difficult to actually see because of all the spray. So I struggled a bit to make the move to pass, but in the end I could give Butikon the car in the lead, and he brought it home. A very good job by AES Motorsport, EBM, and thank you also to Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific.
All right, and for the next race to the backstand street circuit, that's the first time. How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward. I mean, every time going to a street circuit is very special, especially in these GT3 cars. It's very fast. I have some experience from Macau Grand Prix, also street circuits in Europe and in North America. So yeah, generally I like street circuits, and I'm looking forward to learn a new one soon.
Yeah. So just leave a comment to Thai fans who are supporting you.
Yeah, thank you to the Thai fans. I learned some Thai, so ขอบคุณค่ะ
พี่ต้อยครับปิดท้ายในการส่งต่อเรื่องนี้ให้กับสนามต่อไปกับบางแสนสตรีทเซอร์กิตปีนี้มันแน่ครับพี่ต้อยครับ
ครับก็ฝากติดตามนะฮะอย่างที่คุณลอเรนว่าสนามบางแสนคือสนามที่เราไม่ได้สามารถเข้าไปซ้อมได้ทุกทีทุกวันที่เราต้องการนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเป็นสนามที่เรา looking forward ที่อยากจะไปนะครับก็ฝากติดตามสนามบางแสนด้วยครับ
แน่นอนครับขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับ AS Motorsport ด้วยครับแน่นอนนะครับสำหรับที่1ในรุ่นของไทยทุกการ GT3 นะครับแต่ความมันยังไม่หมดเท่านี้นะครับคุณผู้ชมยังมีอีกรุ่นหนึ่งนะครับในรุ่นของ F4 Southeast Asia นะครับรุ่นนี้ใครจะเป็นแชมป์ติดตามและเชียร์เป็นกำลังใจให้กับนักแข่งไทยอีก2ท่านด้วยเลยนะครับเดี๋ยวช่วงนี้ไปชมกับไฮไลท์กันก่อนครับ เอาละครับคุณผู้ชมครับยังอยู่ในบรรยากาศของจังหวัดบุรีรัมย์ที่สนามช้าง International Circuit แห่งนี้นะครับซึ่งรุ่นที่กำลังจะอยู่ตรงนี้นะครับนั่นคือรุ่น F4 Southeast Asia นะครับแน่นอนกับรายการของเรา TSS The Super Series 2025 นะครับผู้ที่อยู่ในกริดแรกนะครับกับการแข่งขันนะครับซึ่ง Best Qualify นะครับเป็น Qualify ที่ดีที่สุดนะครับกับอเล็กซอร์ชาวมาเลเซียไปพูดคุยกันครับว่าเรสที่3แล้วเขาเตรียมตัวอย่างไรโอเคไปตามไปเจอกับอเล็กกันเลยนะครับตอนนี้อย่างที่บอกนะครับว่าFormula 4 นะครับก็เป็นหนึ่งในการแข่งขัน Formula เนี่ยรอเปิดนะครับเป็นอย่างไรไปพูดคุยกัน Hello how are you Alex
Yeah I'm doing fine thanks
All right so this is the time for the race 3 how do you prepare for this race
Yeah we went through a few videos of the wet so I think it'll be good
Yes All right just congratulations for the last race to have the win in this race okay
Yeah okay thank you
Yeah all right we don't have a time to just talk to the Thai fans who are supporting you.
Yeah, thanks to everyone watching on YouTube and obviously anywhere else. Just have fun and enjoy the race.
Yeah, best of luck.
Thank you.
Okay. เวลามีไม่เยอะนะฮะท่านผู้ชมครับแต่ต้องแน่นอนนะความมันเนี่ยยังอยู่กับเราไปทั้งสนามเนี่ยใช้เวลาประมาณ25นาทีบวกกับอีก1รอบนะครับอเล็กซ์ก็บอกว่าจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยครับในเรื่องของการแข่งขันล้อเปิดในรุ่นของ F4 เนี่ยก็เป็นรุ่นที่น่าสนใจแล้วเขาก็ตั้งใจในการขับแข่งมากซึ่งเขาก็ชนะมานะครับในสนามที่ผ่านมาก็ติดตามเขาให้ดีแล้วก็สนับสนุนเขาด้วยนะครับกับการแข่งขันในรุ่น F4 Southeast Asia กับอเล็กซ์โซนะครับแล้วทีมชาติไทยนะครับที่อยู่ในสนาม2คนด้วยนะครับกับน้องไอตันอัศดาธรและน้องพัตเตอร์นะครับติดตามกันให้ดีกับ2นักแข่งชาวไทยที่อยู่ในสนามนี้ด้วยครับ
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. F4's final race of the weekend. Here we go. These guys, though, already across and onto those slick tyres. So, right, well, that solves that question. I mean, it was gloomy at the back end of the GT3 race, but that gloom is gone, and that is blue sky, and, well, that very dramatically changes how quickly the track heats up. I think that was the difference. The cloud cover was still around for the back end of the GT3 race. It's now gone completely.
Yeah, the sun is shining down on the Chang International Circuit. Slick tyres on the cars, as you say. Race control, just a few minutes ago, called a safety car start. But we were thinking maybe that might be rescinded. We're not entirely sure what's going to go on. Maybe they'll commit to the safety car start here, but track clearly looks dry enough for a proper race start here. We'll find out in just a few moments' time. So Hong Dat on pole position for this one, with Ayrton Astathorn joining him on the front row. Australia's Seth Gilmore is going to be starting out of third place here. So for you Aussie fans out there, you got someone to cheer on once again.
Yeah, certainly. So Hong Dat has been basically in charge the entire weekend. Good luck trying to catch him out. Although last time these guys were out was on a wet but drying track. This time there'll be slick tyres but drying as well. Lap times will not be peak start of this session. And, well, getting offline is going to be treacherous. That will be the new challenge that drivers face.
There's the siren, the final warning for the crews to exit the grid here. Final preparations done. At the back of the grid there for Joshua Berry. And lights are on the safety car, so it looks like race control will be committing to this safety car start. But just look at how quickly the track is drying out here. A very warm track here today. And yeah, there's practically no water out there on the racing line at all now.
No, so yeah, absolutely a dry tyre race for this one. Don't even think it's going to be much of a question at all of how good this is going to be. The information we have is safety car start. I think once you've called that it's a safety car start, you're sort of locked into that. So,
yeah.
And that's green flag with no formation lap, and the confirmation behind that is a started clock. So that was the green flag for the start of the session.
Okay, so technically the race is on, but there won't be any passing allowed. behind the safety car. They'll probably go around for maybe just a single lap, and they'll bring it in. See the run down to turn 3? That's practically the entire width of the track is dry now.
Yep, so continuing to dry up. It only took a little bit of sunshine, and all of a sudden it became incredibly dry incredibly quickly. So I do wonder whether or not I should pump my favourite friend over in the GT4 field and ask him if the tyres will be having grooves in them. I think we all know what the response is going to be, and I wonder whether or not the GT4 crews have had to set those cars for a wet condition and then immediately set them back. I have a feeling there will be some scrambling in the GT4 paddock to get the cars set back up for a dry track, because by the time they get out here, these F4s will clear enough water on the slick tyres, and I think the big thing will be putting some temperature back into the circuit. You can see the temperature's gotten back into that circuit. Touch of a damp line in the middle of the track there at 7. And I have a feeling that's why race control wanted this to start behind the safety car, just to give the drivers enough of a time to sort of have a look at where there are risks. You can see the darker grey patches on the run down to turn 8 towards the inside of the track, and this will be one of the trickier spots at turn 9 here, because you turn in quite early.
Yeah, you can almost see the sort of V shape the drivers make out of the corner there on the way in. So coming round to the final corners now, out through 10 and 11. And then it'll just be turn 12 to go. Lights still on the safety car, so we might be going around here for another lap. We'll find out in just a couple of moments' time. I'm sure the drivers are as keen as we are to get this race going. It is going to be one more lap here under safety car conditions. And just gotten word from race control that the safety car indeed will be coming in at the end of this lap. So it looks like we're only going to be having basically maybe an 18-minute sprint here for the final F4 race of the weekend.
Yeah, something around that. But those tyres are starting to come up to temperature minute by minute. You can already see that. Such as a typical in Thailand, back to heat haze in the background. That didn't take long at all.
No, certainly not. It's and the weather here just swings from end to end of the most extreme pendulum you can think of. That's a good opportunity for the drivers to get those tyres warmed up, weaving to get some heat into them. They'll be granted with some nice warm tyres for the start of this one, which will help to clear off the last remaining vestiges of that moisture soaking into the track from the GT3 and GTM race earlier on. We'll keep our eyes on the potential order here. And Soa up the front. Obviously getting the good results this weekend, but what will Asterthorn and Gilmore be able to do to break that streak there? Inigo and Anton from the Philippines as well, starting out of 4th. Could be a factor here as well.
For the first time in a while, Ayrton Asterthorn is actually going to be ahead of Seth Gilmore. Safety cars pulling away from the field. That's down at turn 9. Great aerial shot. That's actually a really, really good shot. I hope we can use that during the race as well, because that tells a really, really good story of something the cameras cannot do, which is that there is still slightly damp patches of the racetrack, particularly in that area. It's more than a tram track. It is dried relatively quickly. Rohongap will have control of the field. Ayrton Asterthorn will be P2. And they've launched before they even get to the final corner. And out the other side, here we go. Final race of the weekend, Formula 4 Southeast Asia. What was supposed to be a 25-minute race, they'll cross to go green just under 20 minutes left on the clock.
Yes, and Seth Gilmore and Thomas Yuli trading spots there through the opening corners. Way out of line for the car on the right of screen there at the end of the formation lap. Under some pressure now. Into turn 3. Feeling out the grip in race conditions for the first time. Still got the rain lights on a few of these cars.
Probably the correct decision. The
Yeah.
track, I don't think the track would have been declared dry yet, because there is still some water out there, which means I believe that they'd have to leave those rain lights on, although I think it was Ayrton as the Thorn with no rain light on the rear end of his car. Don't think they'll punish it too heavily in these conditions. And a pinch of a break, I think that was for Inigo Anton. And at full spot. Right, Seth Gilmore will have to find a way past Ayrton as the Thorn this time. It's been the other way round thus far this weekend.
The 56 to Thomas Yu Lee, a little bit out of line there, coming down into turns 9 and 10, falling under pressure from Wang Zhongwei in car 22. Battle for the last position in the top 5. Is there going to be any move to speak of here at the final corner? One of the prime overtaking opportunities on the circuit apart from turn 3, but not moving off the racing line just yet. I think they might be a little uncertain still as to how much grip there really is off the racing line here.
Well, I think traction off that final corner, you can see that's probably the dampest part of the track at the moment. It's worthwhile keeping an eye on. There was a message came through from race control of an advantage off the restart for the 56. An infringement there. It effectively wasn't actually a safety car restart because they were 2x2. It wasn't effectively a couple of formation laps there, so that's a unique one. Gets the nose right up and underneath the 22 machine, fractionally ahead of him. So Yu Li and Zhongwei Wang going toe-to-toe out of turn 3. And you physically cannot get any closer to the race car ahead of you than what he just showed there.
Yeah, it almost looked like the nose was going underneath the rear crash structure of Wang Zhongwei there. Rishon Rajiv now the next driver to potentially bring Yu Li under attack as we check back in with our top 3 battle. This is the fight for second. Shane Gilmore catching a little bit of the water there. Soa Hongdat has gone out to a massive 3-second lead. Just insane form up the front of the field. Gilmore having a little look at Astathorn there. Not quite enough pace to get alongside and get the move done, though.
I'll actually go ahead and back up. Having a look at that start finish straight compared to the rest of the track, I think the right decision was made to start this one on a safety car, because anyone who was on the inside of the run into turn number 1 would have been on a wet part of the track. So it's actually probably been a smart decision by race control to at least try and keep things relatively even. With the run down into turn 3, so Hongdat completely in control at the moment, as he has been much of the weekend. Gilmore ran 0.2 of a second quicker than that of Ayrton Asdathorn on the most recent lap, so he's making a touch worth of time. Inigo Anton's a little bit back, but Rishon Rajiv closing in on Thomas Yu Li and Zhongwei Wang. So battle for 5th, 6th and 7th on the road as well.
Speaking of the battle for second, we see that Asdathorn's holding on nicely to it. But Gilmore starting to bring the pace up a little bit, coming into this final sector of the racetrack. All the way over the curb there for Asdathorn. And Gilmore, I think, having to take a bit of avoiding action there, maybe got a little spooked. And there's still definitely water offline here and off the racetrack as well. It's drying out really quickly, as you can see, but I think the drivers will still have to be a bit careful over the curbs.
Yeah. I'm still worried about the inside of that last corner as well. But again, continuing to dry, you see it's drier even again this lap. So you can now probably start to search around a little bit, see if you can't find a touch more grip and look for that overlap. Again, Gilmore, fraction faster. Anton has the thorn on that lap, but they put some margin over Inigo and Son. Yu Lee's not been able to make any ground on Zhongwei Wang and Rishon Rajiv as well. Back there, 5th through 7th. They're all staying connected, but no one able to get close enough.
So, safety car procedure infringement under investigation still here, and I briefly saw track limits violation flash up for a couple of cars, but I think they may have sent that message out a bit too early and sort of rejigging it maybe. But there are still a couple of cars there that do not have the full approval of race control for the way they're making their way around the track. I think Aztathorn might have been one of them, as is Seth Gilmore, the 51 and the 24. So I think we caught that live with them running off the track on the way down into turn 9. Minutes on the clock, and So Hongdat still leads the way comprehensively. The gap now out to about 5 seconds. Sheer domination in the early stages from the number 12 here. And Aztathorn still keeping Gilmore behind him for second place. You can sort of see Inigo Anton still hanging about in the background there. But looking at the lap times, it seems that Anton just 1/10 of a second or so slower than Aztathorn and Gilmore over the previous lap. So he's able to keep it reasonably consistent with the podium battle, but maybe needs to find a little more time if he really wants to become a part of it.
Yeah, potentially. He's still there in the right area, though. He's only a couple tenths away, so if you can just find that, whether or not it's a lack of confidence in the conditions as they currently stand, probably keeping the track a touch cooler at the moment as well. Maybe actually might be the coolest conditions and the best conditions they've actually had to race on this weekend. That is a mistake, though, for Ayrton Aztathorn. 51 machine. As Seth Gilmore will start to get a touch closer, touch deep at turn 5. Didn't present the opportunity that Gilmore was looking for. Down through turn 8, a run to turn 9. And to try and carry pace back and through the apex. And that's Gilmore's rain light now turned off as well.
Gilmore's looking quite speedy here. He actually has the highest VMAX of anyone. So top speed being measured at the end of the straight to turn 3. 223.9 kilometers per hour. The only other driver close to that was Thomas Yu Lee with 222 being reached on the run down into the fastest part of the racetrack. So Gilmore taking advantage of the slipstream for sure. Can he translate it into a pass, though, is the question.
Big question. I mean, he's utilising that draft quite well on the run into turn 3. And that is that advantage that he's getting in the speed trap. And he's just not quite able to get close enough to execute at the moment. Lost 1/2 tenth of a second on the most recent lap. Back out to 5.5 tenths of a second. That'll be the biggest battle we'll be seeing on the racetrack, I would say, right through the conclusion of this one. Anton Aztathorn, the Thai native, will be looking to finish in second place to round out race number 3. That would be a phenomenal couple of results for him.
Absolutely, it would. Only 2 Thai drivers in this field, Aztathorn, and we also have Warapong Ayamwachan at the back of the field at the moment, struggling to sort of keep up with everyone else at the moment, but the Thai flag will fly high on the podium for the moment. First warning to car number 7 of Joshua Berry for exceeding track limits at turn 12 at the final corner. That's the first time that I've seen a track limits violation be brought up for the final corner here.
Vietnamese driver of Soa Honda, also known as Alex Soa. Born in 2008, making him 17 years of age this year. Currently in his debut season in 2025 in Formula 4. But a very, very strong, at least in the Southeast Asian Championships, very strong season in 2024. Didn't win. Ran in F4 China last year, as well as the Formula Regional European Championship and Formula Regional Middle East as well. So already a strong report card for the Vietnamese driver. Only ran a select couple of rounds in the 2024 F4 Chinese Championship, but ran it for Blackjack Racing. He put it on pole in that series in his debut race at Shanghai. So he is one of the strong talents looking forward into the future, and you can see why. A second faster than everyone else in the field. He's been dominant all weekend, but the reason he's been dominant is because he is that caliber of driver. He's one that Vietnam could look on in years to come and say that might be our very next F1 driver.
Maybe potentially the first. It's always good seeing these lower category open wheelers, because what you're looking at here is the potential next generation of Grand Prix drivers. This is where they start things out. This is their first sort of plunge into the that oversteer there from the number 12. He's pushing hard. And I guess the fact that he held onto that like he did, again, just proves the caliber of driver that he is. I think any other driver getting oversteer like that in the middle of turn 3 would have spun it the other way. But like I say, that's the kind of driving that you will see from those at the very top of Grand Prix racing. You see it start developing here, and you think, yeah, a driver can certainly go places.
For India in 2023, finished 5th on a debut season there. How's that for a result in your first year? 7th outright in F4 China. Multiple race wins across the season. And unfortunately, Formula Regional European Championship results were not strong. And the reason for that is, when you're an Asian driver making progress and getting the opportunity to go and race in Europe, you've got a lot of catching up to do. These are guys that have been racing on those tracks all your life. So come back home to Alex Soa's home turf and challenge him here, and you'll have a driver that will put up strong results.
Battle's still close here between Ayrton and Seth as they find their way out of turn 1 once more. Seth starting to fall back a little. I mean, it's only a matter of a 10th or so, but that can be the difference maker in any form of motorsport, let alone Formula 4. Little check of the mirrors there.
It's going to be a strong weekend for Alex as well. I mean, how about it? From 6 races, 5 poles, 6 wins is what he's on for at the moment. That's a dominant start to the championship.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, F4 obviously a spec category, so all drivers are driving the same basic chassis. Excuse me. There's obviously differences in car preparation, and generally higher budget teams will be able to gather more speed out of the cars. But the fact remains that there's no car design advantage. You can't test out aerodynamic components on these cars. You've got what you have, and that's all you have to work with. So it comes down more to the driver. And seeing that Soa there is on the level that he is really something.
That's it. You just wonder. I mean, worthwhile noting that 2023 Drivers' Champion for Formula Regional Middle East was Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and look where he's gone.
Yeah, absolutely. First season in Formula One this year, driving for Mercedes of all teams. That could be you if you're racing in a series like this.
The big thing is when I have a look at that driving history record, you have a look at the tracks that were included in the Formula Regional European, Hockenheimring, Spa, Zandvoort, Hungaroring, Mugello, Circuit Paul Ricard. Didn't participate at Imola, but was there for the Red Bull Ring races and Barcelona, Catalunya, as well as Monza. You know, tracks that are a very different style to more of an Asian track pool, an Indian track pool. A lot of, trying to keep up to date with schooling and those sorts of things as a 17-year-old traveling the world. You've got to give yourself a backup. I actually managed to get a few messages in, checking in with Australian driver Jalen Robotham. I mean, he's gotten to his mid-20s, and he's had to nearly turn his back on motorsport at the moment. Things just haven't gone his way. You always want to create that backup, because the biggest thing that you can learn out of motorsport is the discipline, the drive, and the push. How to keep working on yourself, to keep working forward through hard races, hard finishes, and improving yourself. And that'll be the battle that he'll have ahead of him. What happens if it doesn't work out? How do you take those skills and apply them anywhere else in the world? And there's a lot of engineering skills you can pick up from a race car. That's where a lot of guys go.
Indeed, and some of them go into broadcasting as well. They can provide the sort of inside information and the experience that they gain can inform commentary and analysis, and so you see plenty of former drivers staffing a lot of commentary booths around the world as well.
I mean, you've got to have an analytical brain to be a race car driver. You've got to be able to break down what you did right, what you did wrong in any given session, so you can keep on improving. Because if you're not improving and not looking for those last few hundredths and thousandths of a second, well, that's where the competition are going to be beating you out. And that mindset plays itself very well out to commentary roles. Having said that, I don't think that applies to either you or I, though.
Yeah, of course, we come from the sim racing world, starting virtually, and I mean, we can carry over a lot of what we bring from that area to this.
One word that I'd use to describe both of us is built like a commentator.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Say no more. Oh dear.
I think it'll be important as well for these categories. The fact that they're following us as well next round out to Bungsen Street Circuit, that'll be a really, really important occasion for these guys, because realistically, it's not Macau, but it shares elements with Macau. And for Alex Sewa, that's really, really important for his driver development program. It's not Macau, but it's actually probably something incredibly similar. If you want to go anywhere, you're going to encounter a street circuit. So it'll be a really, really strong opportunity for him to work on that skill set. As for every one of these guys, sometimes getting up close and personal with those walls can spook a young driver. So it'll be important for them to get out there and show the bravery that they're showing out here.
Yeah, bravery is a big part of motorsport in general, but I think it definitely counts for a lot in the open wheeler phase of things. So you got wings and slicks and downforce squares with speed. So the looks like, ooh, that was very close to the call for the final lap there, but I think the clock was still running. It's actually just been called as the final lap there. So we will be getting this race off to a conclusion very shortly. Last lap time from Soa there was a full second faster than Ayrton Astathorn, who's keeping Seth Gilmore solidly at bay by over a second himself. But yeah, bravery, wings and slicks, downforce. The faster you attack a corner, the more grip you will have. I think, you know, that combined with a street circuit, it's often a recipe for fear being struck into your heart.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, but it's it is one of those critical challenges because it's effectively one of the last challenges you'll ever come up across. A lot of tracks have a lot of runoff area, a lot of room to work with, and it is that last real final frontier for a driver on their way up. And for Alex Soa, there's been not a lot to talk about for his racing action for the weekend because he's led every lap. He's looked completely and utterly unchallenged. He hasn't had to do a lot of overtaking. He's just gone out there and set qualifying laps all the way to the end. He's looked after the tyres, he's managed the tyres, and they've looked after him. Final corner. 3 races, 3 dominating performances, and the checkered flag for Alex Soya. 1 for the future and 1 to keep an eye on. Starts 2025 off with 3 race wins. Follows it up with another 3 race wins from round number 2. The only blemish on his 2025 season is 1 missing pole position. That's it. Everything else is all his own way. As did Gilmore across the line as well. So he will set a blazing path in terms of the championship standings as well. Battle out of the final corner. Good drive now for the 56 machine. Will get it done, but there will be a post-race penalty, unfortunately, for Thomas Uli for safety car procedure infringements and advantages that he went too early before that final corner. So even though that was an exciting nail-biting finish to the line, won't count for naught.
Yeah, shame. Ultimately, though, crosses the line ahead of Rishon Rajiv. Indian driver having a go at him there into the final corner. But as we get our finishes from Warapong, Aimwichan and Joshua Berry, it looks like that's going to round out our field here. And Alex Soa putting on an absolute masterclass here this weekend at Chang International Circuit. Fastest lap of a 1 minute 39.7. Absolutely miles ahead of everyone else out there.
Yeah, completely and utterly in control. He knew what he was doing and he dominated. And Anton Asda, Thornholm in P2, Seth Gilmore rounding out your podium. Those 3 drivers have been on the podium just about all weekend. 3 podiums from 3 races for Seth Gilmore means that he will back up his Evans GP teammate of Alex Soya. There is a strong chance that they will be very, very tough to beat.
Yep, speeding to the finish and to the pit lane for our machines. Very satisfied Alex Sola there. Pulling his way into pit lane. Will be greeted by the number 1 board and very quickly should have a microphone shoved in his face for his thoughts.
That's the problem being a race car driver, isn't it? That you got to compose yourself rather quickly. You're going to be asked a lot of questions.
Applause for our number 12 as he pulls in and is joined by the rest of the top 2. If you're an Aussie, good day to be watching because your boy Shane Gilmore Seth Gilmore, sorry, onto the podium. Managed to keep Ayrton Asdathorn very honest throughout the course of that race.
And by the way, driver standings after round 1, Alex Sawyer already had a 68-point lead. Well, forget that. He's gone into the sunset after round number 2.
Yeah, not sure exactly what the other drivers will be able to do to arrest that momentum here for the number 12.
You can see from Seth Gilmore looking happy with results and everything. And it looks like Ayrton Asdethorn enjoying podium result at the back end. Well, that is going to bring us to a close for the racing action for Formula 4 Southeast Asia for the weekend. And here comes the highlights package to bring you all the action as it came to us on a circuit we thought might be a touchdown. Well, no, it wasn't. Not at all.
Yeah. Of course, the start infringement there that later received a penalty for Thomas Yu Lee. Hard racing on the first lap. It was quite close between himself, Wang Zhongwei. Plenty of close racing into the first 3 turns, but then the gap started to stretch out. Seth Gilmore made short work of catching up to Ayrton Asdethorn and pressured him for a while, but seems that Ayrton was just able to hang on to a little bit more pace. Rishon Rajiv there battling with Yu Lee for practically the whole race, even making a move on him in the final corner. The battle for second here. Number 51 of Ayrton Asdethorn getting off to a magnificent run here. Should be very happy with his results here at his home track at Chang International. Alex Soa, nothing much could be done to overcome him there, as he would absolutely master this circuit to bring himself yet another victory in this very successful F4 Southeast Asia season.
And we'll be off in a few moments to the gridding phase as well for your GT4 GTCs, and that track now looking substantially drier. That was a moment at the final corner for Alex Sora on the Evans GP machine. They will take control of the championship, not just the drivers, but also the team's championship as well, with a strong run of finishes here. And those are the cars which will be now in Parc Fermé conditions after the finish, and that is the grid getting prepared for your Thailand Supercar GT4 and GTC competitors. They'll be up on the other side of a short break.
สวัสดีครับพอนะครับนี่คือทีเด็กนะครับก็เรามาแข่งในรายการของ The Super Series GT4 ขับด้วยขับ Toyota Supra GT4 Evo 2 ครับก็คิดว่าก็มาเป็นโอกาสที่ดีที่ได้กลับมาแข่งอีกรอบหนึ่งก็พอดีก็ได้มีโอกาสได้รถใหม่มาด้วยก็เลยตื่นเต้นกับรายการนี้ตื่นเต้นกับสนามนี้ด้วยครับด้วยไม่ได้ขับรถ GT มาสักพักหนึ่งเนี่ยก็รู้สึกว่าตอนขับลงไปเนี่ยแรง G มันเยอะกว่าพวกproduction พวก endurance ค่อนข้างเยอะแล้วก็ต้องใช้ aero ต้องใช้แบบรถมันแรงกว่าเยอะก็ตอนที่มาซ้อมในเดือนมีนาเนี่ยก็รู้สึกว่าค่อนข้างท้าทายแล้วก็ค่อนข้างที่มันต้องปรับตัวค่อนข้างเยอะก็เราก็เลยรู้สึกว่าถ้าเราจะมาขับด้วยคนเดียวนี้เราก็อาจจะไม่ไหวก็เลยมีเชิญทางฮิเดะมาช่วยขับด้วยช่วยสอนแล้วก็ช่วยเซตรถให้ด้วยครับ
ตื่นเต้นมากๆนะครับเพราะว่าไม่เคยขับแต่ GT4 นะครับ
นอกจากฝากเชียร์ทีม Painkiller Racing ขอฝากอีกงานหนึ่งเพื่อให้เชียร์ด้วยครับก็คือ Impact Speed Fest ก็จัดที่ Impact เมืองทองธานีวันที่ 13, 14, 15 มิถุนายนนะครับก็จะเริ่มตั้งแต่เย็นๆของวันศุกร์แล้วก็จัดยาว 60 ชั่วโมงจบอีกทีหนึ่งก็วันอาทิตย์ที่ 15 นะครับขอบคุณครับ
ครับผมปีนี้ในทีมเราก็มาเป็นในรถคันใหม่นะครับในรุ่นซูเปอร์คาร์ GT4 ครับปีนี้ทีมของเราก็เลือกใช้รถเป็น GR Super GT4 Evo 2 นะครับหลังจากเราได้ทำการซ้อมแล้วครับก็ได้เจอแบบปัญหาใหม่ๆอะไรครับเราเหมือนต้องเริ่มต้นใหม่ครับแล้วก็พยายามทำเต็มที่ครับก็ต้องมีหลายอย่างที่ต้องปรับตัวครับทั้งเรื่องความเร็วแรง G แล้วก็เรื่องเซตติ้งที่ต้องปรับกันไปครับเป้าหมายในปีนี้นะครับเราก็ทำเต็มที่ครับเพื่อเอาชัยชนะมาให้ทีมได้ครับยังไงก็ฝากติดตามพวกเราทีม Spa-Francorchamps Racing Team by Pauta เบอร์ 33 ในรุ่น GT4 ด้วยนะครับ
แล้วก็ขับใน Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand นะครับปีนี้ก็เปลี่ยนรุ่นรถนะครับมาเป็น Corolla Altis GR Sport นะครับก็กติกาก็เปลี่ยนใหม่ในปีนี้ในรุ่น GT4 ก็จะเป็น1ชั่วโมงครับก็จะขับคู่กัน2คนกับก้า
จริงๆเราเคยแข่งด้วยกันมาเป็นทีมเมทกันมาใน Endurance แล้วก็ขับเข้ามือกันดีก็เลยปีนี้ก็เลยได้มาจับคู่กันปีนี้ก็เป็นขับหน้าครับก็จริงๆก็หลายๆอย่างที่ต้องเซตติ้งกันใหม่
ใช่แล้วก็เครื่องยนต์ด้วยก็จะต่างกับปีที่แล้วนะปีที่แล้วใช้เป็นเครื่องยนต์4 สูบเทอร์โบแต่ปีนี้เปลี่ยนเป็นเครื่องรุ่นใหม่ครับ3 สูบเทอร์โบครับก็เป็น 26E นะครับก็คือเป็นเครื่องของตระกูล GR ครับ
ก็เป้าหมายปีนี้จริงๆพอรถทำใหม่มาครับก็เราก็จะพยายามเซตติ้งจะ develop ให้มันดีที่สุดครับแล้วก็จะพยายามทำให้เต็มที่หาข้อผิดพลาดของแต่ละเลนอย่างเงี้ยครับก็ฝากติดตามเชียร์พวกเรา Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand ด้วยนะครับทั้งในรุ่น GT4 GT4 แล้วก็ GTM ครับ
เ
แน่นอนครับคุณผู้ชมครับยังอยู่กับบรรยากาศสบายๆแบบนี้นะครับที่สนามช้าง International Circuit จังหวัดบุรีรัมย์นะครับและรุ่นที่อยู่ข้างหลังผมนี้ครับเป็นรุ่นที่อยู่ในรายการ TSS The Super Series by Big Quick นะครับนั่นก็คือรุ่น Thailand Supercar GT4 และ Thailand Supercar GTC ครับวันนี้ผมอยู่ตรงหน้าบริเวณรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GTC นะครับไปพูดคุยกันสำหรับนักแข่งที่ผ่านการคุริฟายมาอยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทอันดับต้นๆไม่ว่าจะเป็นเดเมียนแฮมิลตันนะครับรวมไปถึงแจ็ค ลัมวาร์ดน่าจะมีปัญหาเรื่องของรถยนต์นะครับในเรื่องของวอร์มอัพนะครับเกียร์ไม่เข้าแต่เราไปพูดคุยกับอีกหนึ่งนักแข่งนะครับอยู่ในกริดตรงนู้นเลยนะฮะกับเปเปอร์ซิราเมธทั้งสุธีรนนท์กุลตามผมมาเลยครับคุณผู้ชมครับสำหรับรุ่นนี้นะครับแน่นอนฮะเราก็จะมีในเรื่องของการแข่งขันเนี่ยใช้เวลา1ชั่วโมงบวกกับอีก1รอบสนามนะครับก็บางรุ่นอย่าง GT4 เนี่ยก็จะมีนักแข่งถึง2ท่านด้วยกันนะฮะซึ่งในเกรดแรกของ GT4 เนี่ยไม่ว่าจะเป็นคามิกานาสูตรกันนาทีกุศิรีนะครับอันดับที่1ในอันดับที่2ก็จะเป็นแรมดาวเซตนะครับโรแมงเลอร์สนะครับและอันดับที่3ของ GT4 จะเป็นพี่ปุ๊เดชธรผู้อัครวุฒิและโอมมาลายตอนนี้เราอยู่กันบริเวณในกริดสตาร์ทของตรงนี้ฮะเปเปอร์ซิราเมธครับสวัสดีครับเปเปอร์ครับจะยังไงดีเราจะคุยกัน ขออนุญาตเอาเปิดตรงนี้ได้ไหมฮะสักหน่อยครับวันนี้ได้มีโอกาสคุยกับเปเปอร์แล้วนะครับกับสนามที่2นะครับในรุ่นของ GTC สวัสดีครับเปเปอร์ครับ
สวัสดีครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็โอเคครับเมื่อวานนี้พลาดนิดหน่อยครับ
พลาดเรื่องอะไรบ้างครับ
ก็อย่างแรกเลยก็ตัวผมด้วยแล้วก็มันฝนตกผมมองไม่เห็น
ไม่เห็น
ใช่
มองไม่เห็นทางนะฮะ
ใช่ครับ
แต่วันนี้สนามแห้งแล้วก็ถือว่าเป็นโชคดีของเราในรุ่นเราครับผมเปเปอร์ครับเดี๋ยวเราจะต้องไปในสนามหน้าที่บางแสนครับเปเปอร์ส่งต่อหน่อยครับ
อะไรนะครับ
สนามหน้าเราจะไปบางแสนกันแล้ว
ครับ
ส่งต่อให้หน่อยครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ต่อไปด้วยครับในสนามหน้านะครับบางแสน
ครับผมขอบคุณครับเป็นกำลังใจให้นะครับแน่นอนนะว่า Ford Daytona เนี่ยจะค่อนข้างแบบขับค่อนข้างยากนะฮะเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยเดี๋ยวเราก็ต้องดูกันต่อในกริดต่อไปเนี่ยก็จะเป็นของเอกอัครพงศ์นะตอนนี้กำลังดูเรื่องรถอยู่นะครับแต่ว่าเรามาหมายเลข23กันก่อนนะครับชงยีแล้วก็เชนอังวันนี้ใครขับเป็นหมายแรกนะฮะสวัสดีครับ Hello
How are you
Okay Pretty good and you
Yeah I'm feeling good but want to start the race soon because I need to pee.
Really? You gonna go to pee first?
It's okay lah. I hold until my stint finish.
โอเคคือเขาบอกว่าอยากจะออกสตาร์ทเร็วๆเขาปวดปัสสาวะนะฮะแต่ก็ไม่เป็นไรฮะการแข่งขันก็ห้ามออกไปตอนนี้ไม่ได้นะโอเค talk about the next race we go to have the Bang Sang Street Circuit.
Yeah, definitely. We are gunning for the championship, so we already signed up for the whole season. Yes. So we will be at the Bang Sang for sure.
How about the difference for the race about the Chang International between the Bang Sang?
Oh, okay. Bang Sang you really test the limits of a driver. You need to be very precise.
Yes.
Over here, there's a margin for error, so still okay. If let's say you did a small mistake, it's still forgivable.
Bumpy.
Yeah, but Bang Sang is zero error.
Yes.
Something wrong, that's it.
Okay. All right. Last question is the performance to Thai fan who's supporting you.
I hope that they can cheer us lah because we are the underdog here.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
โอเคนะฮะก็แน่นอนนะครับสำหรับชงยีและเชนอังก็ในเรื่องของการแข่งขันเขาก็บอกว่าในความเปรียบเทียบในเรื่องของสนามแล้วกันนะครับทั้งบางแสนกับตรงเนี้ยบางแสนเนี่ยจะเป็นสนามที่ต้องใช้เทคนิคในการขับแข่งเนี่ยค่อนข้างเยอะแล้วเขาพูดโดยรวมประมาณว่าถ้าพลาดแล้วก็คือพลาดเลยนั่นเองนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นติดตามให้ดีเชียร์กันด้วยนะครับสำหรับทั้ง2รุ่นเลยนะครับกับ Thailand Supercar GT4 และ Thailand Supercar GTC วันนี้สนามที่2ใครจะเป็นแชมป์ในสนามนี้ติดตามกันให้ดีกับ TSS The Super Series by B Quick ครับ
Well, hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second to last race of your Thailand Super Series opening weekend. GT4 and GTC yesterday had the daunting task of switching to wet tyres on the grid. Today, it's been a difficulty in determining what setup to run throughout the duration of the day because they've had the longest time to sit, to watch, to think about. And, well, that is a stone-dry track by the time they get out there. There'll be very little rubber laid down. And that's the driver that finished second overall yesterday, Todd. Todd Kingsford managed to bring it home in P2 overall yesterday, so a great start for him to the weekend. But, yeah, that track is stone-dry now. We already saw it for the F4s. But that decision's now been made for the teams. I just wonder who has put on a full dry setup and who didn't have time to adjust.
Yeah, that is the big question. Obviously, a little bit more time through the F4 race for them to assess how the track was evolving. But now we'll see who has managed to get that proper setup onto the car in time as the GR Supras that dot this field get ready to move things away here. We have a Porsche Cayman on pole. And it seems that most of the GR Supras are bunched together here from 8th to 12th. We do have the highest starting Supra in 4th for the time being, but a nice run through of these cars. We have majority of the field being Porsche Caymans and Toyota GR Supras. One Aston Martin on the field, which is also starting on the front row. And further back, we have the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand entry, which is a bit of a ways back in the 19 there. We have the AMG, the number 44 as well, starting out of 12th place. Damien Hamilton, solo driver in the 88 as well, and the TA2 Ford Mustang here, which is going to start on pole position for the GTC class. GT4 and GTC here for the second of our TSS supercar races for the Sunday. And this will be the final GT race full stop of the weekend here at Chang International Circuit. Kids are certainly going to get a big show here with a 1 hour race plus 1 lap on the cards.
Yep, a lot of time for things to go right, a lot of time for things to go wrong. Pit stops to worry about. And it's now getting late in the day as well. What is that going to do?
Oh, look at the track temp.
Yep, it's come up a fair way. It wasn't long ago. That was below the 30-degree mark with a little bit of water on it. Not anymore. That sun has kicked into overdrive this afternoon.
Certainly has. It was for the second last time today, previewing the track. A lot of changes it's been through today. The rain was dumped at the beginning of the GT3 and GTM race, and it made the final sector particularly difficult, but looks like the grip is back in the racetrack. So we're going to be seeing I think a pretty conventional race here as they pull around the formation lap. Getting ready for the full grid momentarily here, Scott, as we'll find our way briefly to checking in on the tyres. Or actually, we'll go straight to the grid, Scott, here with Cantady on the pole position there, with Roman joining him on the front row. Thanapatra and Mitchell there on row 2. Moving back to 5th and 6th, Todd Kingsford starting alongside Sathapon there on row 3, with Hayden and Hirahu on row 4. 9th and 10th being Nanin and Fuapon there. Sutapong and Pruturat rounding out our top 12 here.
Outside the 12, we get back to Damien Hamilton from Manuel Rafael Caceres Siramat, and Chris coming towards the back end of our GTC field. One driver on the final row will be Shiwan, although I believe that is Shane Ang in that one, in English name. We're seeing some social media posts from Shane across the weekend. And that is the number 9 car of Chris in the pit lane with the bonnet up.
That's not ideal. And here comes the start, though. Front row, Aston versus Porsche. Waiting for the green flag to fly. A controlled start here. Lights go out, and we are away for GT4 and GTC. 3 wide for second place already. 3 wide for fifth as well as they make their way into turn 1 for the first time. Majority of drivers taking to the pit exit just to give themselves the space there, but Porsche leads coming out of turn 1.
You get the feeling race controls said that across the weekend, haven't you, during drivers' briefings? Lap 1, don't worry about track limits at turn 1, just make it around the corner. That's what we're looking for. Use the space that you necessarily need to use to make sure that it's clean. They get down to turn number 3 for the first time, and Kennedy Kasiri has got the lead. The number 39 machine, Mitchell at the moment has second spot. The third is going to be Thanapatra. But have a look at the Aston Martin starting to find some speed and some consistency for that one, and that is confirmation the number 9 machine is done for the day.
It's a real shame for the Toyota Altis GTC there. Taking part in the lower of our 2 classes here today as the GT4s are all over each other out here on the circuit. Cantady out to a good start there in the lead. We have, though, Nakib in the Supra out to second place and keeping the Aston Martin behind them solidly.
Reasonably clean opening lap, but aggressive as well. That's what you want to see. The tyres start to come up to temperature. Remember Hayden Heikel over the last couple seasons in a mix of Eco Compact and the lower class as well. Last season he got the opportunity to drive a GT4 for the first time this season. It's his main category in Thailand Super Series. And we've had a little bit of insight into the thoughts behind that team as well, thanks to Daniel Bilski, who'll be climbing behind the wheel of that car for the second half of the race.
Move for the Aston Martin potentially there into turn 3. Keep our eyes peeled on the 95 and the 36, and it looks like the Aston has managed to get back past the Toyota Supra. So Roman in the number 7 will shortly be in hot pursuit of Cantady in the Porsche.
Always a matter of for now, isn't it, though? Because you get crossover at turn 3, and then all of a sudden they get the drive back out the other side. So sometimes you just can't hang on to it. But for the Aston Martin, it has managed to secure second spot as they head down through turn 5 and 6. Well, there it is, that different nose. On the run down to 8, is leading the way. That is a very, very wide Hayden Heikel.
Yeah, wide indeed. Going to be keeping an eye on Romain Leroux in the Aston Martin to see if he can catch up to Cantady Kasiri, as the lap will come to an end here. First proper lap of the race there, and it's a 144.7 from our leading car. And it seems like the Aston's been able to stay within about 2/10 of that for the time being. The race will fall into its rhythm for now. And once they get those tyres fully heated up, once they fully get into the rhythm of the track, then we may see the moves forward. Remember, of course, that there will be pit stops this race as well. First black and white flag of the race is going to be going to the number 39 for exceeding track limits at turn 11, 12, 1, 8, and 11. So
that took 2 laps. I guarantee you that's the opening lap and then the second lap. Guarantee you.
Almost spending more time off the track than on it at that point. That's quite the hurry up that race control's given that machine. Battling further back, though, car number 44 with Pruterat Serironggrith trying to hold back the number 33 Toyota Supra. Very entertaining little fight here for the last position in the top 10.
Yeah, and this is GTM versus GT Pro. And the GT4s as well. The next to machine. Siramat in dry conditions, by the way, has taken class leader GTC. And already built to 1 second margin. Shayna Ang has already driven through to P2 in the Honda Civic. So he's having a very, very strong start to that race. Actually, we might only have 2 GTC cars out there, because I'm not seeing timing sectors for Damien Hamilton. Now, we did have issues with the 77 Lamborghini Gallardo yesterday, and it's not back out there, so I'm not that sort of doesn't shock me. But to not see the Ford Mustang Trans Am 2 is a surprise. Well, there'll only be 2 cars out on track in GTC, it seems.
And
then they both are.
That's not ideal. But the Daytona GT Coupe here, I mean, I love the GTC class, just for the sheer variety of machinery here. You've got the front-wheel drive Honda Civic FK8, and it's chasing down a Shelby Daytona. Like, where else are you going to get that?
Yeah, just about nowhere, Reese. That's the best answer I can give you.
Yeah, not even in sports sedans down here in Australia do you see that level of machinery variety. Well, guaranteed second place here for Chongyi and Xiwan in the number 23 Civic if they can keep it on the track there. For now, number 1 is in position 1 in GT4. Kantadi Kusiri putting on a great race so far. It's really setting the fastest first sector of the entire race so far. Last lap was a 1:44.7, which is nearly matching his best lap time. So the form in that Porsche Cayman is nothing if not consistent. But keep an eye out for Romain Leroux in the Aston Martin behind. We'll wait to see if he can make an impression on the lead. He's definitely broken free of the third place battle here. The 39 and the 99 now coming together.
Yep, and here's the 19 Super GT4 as well. Deeper in the field, that's the last running of the GT4 cars at the moment. Sudapong behind the wheel. And there are the 2 GTC cars still together. In the meantime, we've cleared 8 minutes out of the clock. Pit window to come. Just prior to the halfway mark of this one. Driver swaps will be coming. Closest battles in the field right now. Todd Kingsford looks like he's making time. In fact, he was half a second quicker than Southafon in a battle of the 2 Porsche Cayman GT4s. 4P7 on the road last time by. And Thanapatra's starting to close in on the 39 machine ahead of him. So it'll be for third place outright. And the Supra versus Cayman. I believe there's actually, might have been a swap for position. No, Hayden Highcal quite close now. Onion.
Here comes the 99 Cayman. Still as close as you like here, battling behind the 39 Supra. Mitchell Chemin-J at the wheel of the Supra, and in the 99 Thanapatra Suthasawang going for the move at turn 3. That's very deep there. I think he might have just overcooked it. Mitchell will move right back up the inside at the exit and keep the position. Get the feeling if If Thanapatra had braked just a little bit earlier, he might have been able to pull that up and take the position, but very easy to overcook it. He's going to go for it again at turn 4.
Speed in a straight line for the AS machine.
Oh.
Greg manages to save it. There was contact at turn 4. Both cars walk away. It looked like the lightest of touches, but that will have done some damage to the tyre. It's lost him a significant amount of time, and it will have lost Mitchell in the 39 Super as well, time to P2.
Well held, though, you have to say. Looks like the right wing mirror has been knocked askew there for the 99. Yeah, went for it, and well, maybe just a tiny bit of contact on the way into the corner. Seems we're struggling to get that replay there, but you saw it live. Just trying to go for it through the fast turn 4, which is one of the places we see the majority of incidents around this circuit. Here we go. We're about to get it here. So Super turns in, and it looks like Thanapatra lost the rear on the inside coming into the corner then. Did you see that?
Yeah, just a touch. And he was in hot. He was trying to get up far enough alongside to try and get the move done. Indicators now on for the 95 machine. That might be Nunyan trying to let Hayden Heikel know, I'm just going to pull out of the way. If you want to go for the move, absolutely do so. Albeit, he could have just knocked that indicator. Either way, Heikel to the inside. We've seen him do this on a number of occasions last year in different categories for the Malaysian driver. And here comes the 95 machine back at him. Not quite done, although that indicator's no longer flashing, so that might have been a yield from Nanan. Regardless, Heikel now has the position. Can he do anything? But the cars ahead of him was about 1.2 seconds faster than Thanapatra on that last lap, but that was with that huge moment for Thanapatra. Mitchell actually lost very little time as a result of all that. Did lose some time with the cars ahead, but respectively, very small amount.
Yeah, indeed. Not the worst that incident could have gone. At the very least, still rolling, albeit with the right wing mirror on that came in not quite reflecting. But it looks like Heikel here is piling on the pace, catching up at a rate of knots. He might have felt like he was stuck behind the Supra for some time. Move your attention back up to the front though, because Kentadi Kasiri has Romain Leroux up behind him and is still managing to run times about 0.6 of a second faster than our second place car. Gotta wonder, Kentadi is going to be handing over that car to Kamik Kanasuta, and then the Aston Martin will shortly come into the hands of Graham Dowsett. So that's a matchup that I'm not entirely clear on. Kentadi versus Roman, and then Kamik versus Graham. How will those pairings in the battle ultimately work out?
From race control, we've already had a penalty issued out to the 99 car. It sits fourth on the road, Thanapatra, and that was that Porsche. I had a moment, a few laps to go, contact with Mitchell in the 39 machine. 5-second time penalty. It's also been added to their pit stop time, so they are free to serve that one as well. Update on the Lamborghini as well. They did manage to repair that car, the Lamborghini Gallardo. It did manage to get back out onto the racetrack, but it didn't make it further than turn 1. Realistically, somewhere between turn 1 and turn 2, which is the kink on the run down to turn 3. On the warm-up, that was the lap to the grid. That was not the formation lap after we pulled away from the grid.
Yeah, I'm sure that if you were all out there sticking with the coverage here in between our commentary stints, you would have seen the truck out there taking him back to pit lane. I spied that as I was taking care of a few other things behind the scenes. I thought, oh, that's probably relevant. And then we have our full answer to that question. And it looks like we're going to be having 10 minutes exactly now until the pit window opens. This will shift things around a little, I'm sure. In terms of, you know, we have gold, silver, and bronze driver pairings in this series as well, and that affects your total time that you have to spend in the pit lane. Any time penalties that race control adds will then be added on to your pit stop. So look forward to some more drama to come. There was a bit of drama there for the 98, I believe, was the car that went off there at turn 4. Todd Kingsford struggling a little bit. Number 60. Yadaharu at the wheel of that one. He's really ragging it.
It's actually quite light, this livery on the car as well. Bit of activity, a bit of a gradient along the side of the car. Something a little bit fresh.
We don't usually see gradients on race car liveries anymore, do we?
No, not a common thing.
They were a thing for a while, like early 2000s or so.
So would that then classify this as a retro livery for the techniques used in colouring the car? It's a black to white transition, so one of the easier ones.
Yeah. I'm all up for calling anything retro nowadays.
There's contact in the front right-hand corner of that 33 car as well. Full pond.
That livery looks kind of retro too, doesn't it? Looks like something you'd see at a early 2000s supercars race.
A little bit of eyelash work going on, mixed with a bit of speed.
Hopefully the mascara doesn't run in the heat.
Well, it didn't run in the rain yesterday, so I think it's okay.
Quality brand then. Number 19, Suttapong at the wheel of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand entry. The cars have had varied results this weekend, haven't they? Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand has turned up with a plethora of cars in most of our categories here. They even have a truck racing in Super Pickup as well, the Hilux Champ entry. But haven't quite been able to get those solid results here from the first proper round of the TSS season.
Yeah, no, it's been struggle street, unfortunately, for them. And it's never really gotten better. But therein is where you start. It's what you do with what you start with that really counts at the end of the season.
Car number 1 continuing to set the pace at the front of the field here, Kantani Kusiri. As see how much of the curb he uses to extend the entry into turn 4 there. Don't often see drivers doing that. There's some supreme confidence in this Cayman.
I mean, it'd have to be for the lap times he's setting. He's the only driver consistently staying down the 1:44s at the moment. All the way about 0.4 of a second from his fastest lap time.
Really see the sun's dipping lower in the sky as well. Track temperature as high as it's ever been. The sun's still beating down on the circuit, and it looks like the rain done for the day. Checking in with Roman in the Aston Martin. Not too far away from the pit window opening. In about 30 seconds time, we'll be 5 minutes away from that pit window opening.
Big thing is who's on charge in the field at the moment. New best lap time for the 39 machine. Mitchell behind the wheel. Right now, the tricky thing to sort of keep an eye on is Patra in the 99 machine, sitting 4th place in the road that Porsche came in. Has picked up a 5-second time penalty to be out of the pit stop. So right now, that additional time penalty would drop them behind Hayden Heikel, Daniel Bilski, Mercedes entry. And a fresh penalty's just come through from race control as well. So the 39 car, the car that we're looking at right now in 3rd spot, they have picked themselves up a 5-second time penalty as well.
Yep, it's another one of those continued abuse of track limits penalties here. And I think it's understandable seeing the amount of those penalties that have been handed out today. This is a truly modern venue here at Chang International Circuit, and it has played host to Grand Prix motorcycle racing as well as World Superbikes, I believe. So it's a circuit that has wide asphalted runoff areas, very flat curbs. So it's very easy to push the limits here. And because there's so much far away from the racetrack with these big runoff areas, I don't think the drivers really have too many reference points aside from those brake markers that you see painted on the circuit in some of these braking zones.
I was actually doing a little bit of a Google Maps tour in and around the circuit yesterday in the area around it. There's a drift track down over near in between turn 1 and turn 3, off to driver's left. There's a giant car park way out the back over there, and then there's a drag strip. So we get down here to turn 1, it'll be the right-hand side of our camera shot, driver's left. Basically, turn 1 and the long, wide straight that starts here is the runoff area from the local drag strip. All those buildings you sort of see in the background there. There's a driver safety training facility as well. And then down here over the back, somewhere about now, is where the drift track starts.
It's a supreme venue, and I'd love to visit it. Plenty of options if you're a competitor or a spectator.
Other hotels very nearby.
Not too far out of Bangkok either. So, if you're looking to have a Thai holiday, come over to Buriram. About 5 hours by road, but we're Australian, that's nothing to us.
A lot further to go just to get to Thailand, so. And then over out near turn 9, out the back over in that direction, which we'll get to in just a few moments. Buriram United soccer team, but also local shooting range as well, outside the racetrack. And there's also a motocross track in the vicinity. It's quite, I mean, Google Maps always don't really give you great shots of motocross tracks at the best of times, but that did look quite aged to do on that. But it's sort of motorsport facility, motorsport precinct, if you will.
Yeah, turning into a veritable motorsport town is Buriram. Next, race control black and white flag has been given to the number 60. It looks like it's multiple laps for these cars as well, for the 60 and the 95 as well. For the number 60, it's largely been at turn 4, and for the 95, it's been at turn 11, where track limits have been exceeded there. So Nanin needs to be careful here. Obviously, he wants to try and stay ahead of Sathapond in the 32, but got to take care not to fall under the auspices of the stewards here. Zooming in on number 60 with Hideharu at the wheel. Now, turn 4 has been the main point of contention for this car. We'll see how he takes it this time. I'm sure that the information will be relayed to him from his team as he take this sweeping left-hander this time. All the way out over the curb on the way in, and then on the exit. I'd say that was within track limits that time, but I think it's I think that's one of the corners where you're going to be seeing drivers run wide the most.
Well, worthwhile pointing out as well, it's actually just looking at compensation times for pit stops. And there's a sort of 145 seconds, so that's nearly 2.5 minutes. 2 minutes 25 seconds coming the way of the number 1 car. They have got the longest pit stop by 10 seconds over the 39 car. 39 cars currently about 16 seconds back off the lead. That's a little bit of lap traffic there, picked off now for the AAS Porsche. Pit window is open, so this now becomes relevant. So 145 seconds, where does that put them in respective to our second place car? Well, right now they've got an 8.5 second lead. The problem being they've got 32 seconds longer through the lane. 113 seconds, 7 seconds shy of 2 minutes. So I would expect that our second place race car will get the lead of the race after the pit stop, and then it'll be a go hunting job for the bulk of the field. 39 is in third spot, 135 second pit stop, so they are going to fall also to the tune of 22 seconds back, or 32 seconds at the moment, to a second place car is effectively going to give them the lead by about 24 seconds or so, and that's not even adding in potential for mistakes in there. So that number 7 car, I'd be running a second long on the pit lane transit time because, well, they're going to have room here, so you may as well. They're in a great position right now. 99, 113 second stop as well. And they are 8.5 seconds back off our second place car. So that'll be an interesting battle. 19 in GT4M, so it'll be bronze and bronze driver handing over here. Short pit stop for them. 13 seconds. Sorry, they've actually got a bronze, silver. Sorry, 19. My apologies, wrong car. They have a bronze and bronze rated pairing, so only a 90-second stop. So they will gain 23 seconds relative to the race lead. But yeah, there's a fair bit here. This order is going to be massively shaken up, as it always is. First race of the season is generally raw pace, and second race of the season, all of a sudden these compensation times really come into it. And critically, just as we hit the pit lane window, Hayden Highcal has been told he's been sent to the naughty corner for 5 seconds additional on that pit stop, which is critical because they're in a great spot to come out in a great position, and that really compromises their race now. And that's for continued abuse of track limits.
Got to keep it within the limits of the racetrack. Pit lane, a hive of activity here. We have the 39, the 38, the 33, and the 19 all in the pits at the moment. Still haven't seen our 2 GTC competitors make their way into the lane just yet. You see the Kazoo Racing Supra making its way out now. And that will be Grant Superfong, who's taken over the car there from Sutapong Smitterchurch.
Well, there's in that category as well, there's a 38-second difference in terms of their pit stops, and there's only a 6-second difference between them on the track. So effectively, the 23 car and GTC should get the lead by somewhere around 30 seconds. And then it'll be down to Siramet to see if he can go and track them down.
Going to be a tough job. There's potential that he might have been managing the gap so far, but then that would beg the question if he could go faster, why isn't he doing that already? Speaking of the Daytona Coupe, now in the pit lane. In comes Siramet, just as the 98 exits the pits as well. Looks like car 44 has also been shown the black and white flag, Pruterat, exceeding the track limits there. And the 99 here has got 10 seconds total added to their pit stop time. A little bit of smoke, it looks like, coming out of the engine of the Shelby there. Yeah, so there were...
left front brake, actually.
Yeah, true. We'll see. But the 99 has had 2 5-second penalties imposed for track limits. So that's going to have him feeling a little bit sheepish in the pit lane there. We're about to get to the halfway point of this race as the pit stop is complete for car number 32. The extra few seconds to be added to the compensation time. Kennedy Kasiri still leads, having not come into the pits just yet. We've had 7 cars visit pit lane thus far.
Out of 17, so not to the halfway mark on our pit stops as of yet. And we are to the halfway mark of the pit stop window. So that's going to start to close down quite aggressively here in the few minutes. Of course, pro drivers are in at the moment, wanting to extend the time that they're available to be used.
In comes the Civic, who will likely be granted a dominant lead in GTC with the shorter pit stop compensation time. There will be a driver change in that car as well. Team Supersonic machine getting its service done, cooling the brakes as much as they can, while the car is at a standstill. In comes Pruterat meanwhile in the 44.
Righto, so pit stop window open in earnest now. And that's another car to dive to the lane. Half the teams, well, we started with 14 cars, and 9 of the 14 cars have now dived in the lane, 5 to come. Race leader and P2 on the road. Hayden Heikal's still behind the wheel with the 36 car, might be due in this lap. Nanin, the 95 car, and Hitaharu in the 60 machine. The 5 cars yet to come to the lane. They're doing some work at the back end of the Mercedes. So remember how the was it the 33 had some damage to the front of it? It was the yellow Cayman, I thought.
Yeah, potentially.
That would explain it, because it's with the rear end Pruterat's Mercedes, because they're repairing that would match up.
Yeah. I have an answer to that mystery. 95 in next.
And this car will be due for 113-second entry to exit time. It's about bang on with the average.
Rakun jumping into the car there. As that looks like Pruterat getting going in the background there.
Remember, these GT4s, in terms of their lap time, up and around, so the quickest lap times we've seen at minute 45, so that's 105 seconds. That's a couple seconds shy of a pit stop. So effectively, the pit stop times for these cars, basically equivalent to 1 lap. For the AM drivers, it'll be less than 1 lap, bronze and bronze pairings. For everyone else, it'll be above a lap in the pit lane. And then there is 4 AM pairings. One of them is the 44 machine of Pruterat, who is a solo entry. So for him, he gets the additional 8 seconds, but still enough to only be a lap.
All the remaining cars that hadn't pitted are now in the lane, and Kennedy Kasiri jumping out of the number 1. Roman Leroux bringing the Aston Martin into the pit lane at the moment, and you see Graham Dowsett right next to him. Bit hesitant to get into the car there. I don't know if there's some extra work that they're going to have to do to that thing. Comes car 95 though.
Kennedy Kasiri as well in that number 1 car. They look quite animated at that car, trying to get that pit stop rush through. Well, the thing is, boys, you're going to be sat there in the pit lane for 2 minutes plus. So, not necessarily going to be anything you need to rush through for. You can now see he's bolted into that car and he's definitely ready to go. That should have been a stop they took a little bit more time with.
I suppose there's nothing wrong with being brisk, but yeah, you could potentially lose sight of a couple of things if you're trying to rush things through in the pit lane. Car's still out on the racetrack and the pit window is closed, so everyone has managed to pit within the window. Good to see. Now our attention will turn to whether or not anyone's had any transgressions on pit lane transit time. Away goes the number 1, and they are behind the number 7. Graham Dowsett brings the Aston Martin out of the pits here. And we'll wait and see what his pace is like versus Kamik, who's taken over the Cayman. And in fact, number 32, thanks to the longer compensation time there for the number 1, has ended up grabbing second place from that. So now it's all on for Kamik Kanasuta and get those tyres heated up as soon as he possibly can, and set about chasing down that top step on the podium once more. We'll say our goodbyes to Scott Rankin, who's been able to take us through the vast majority of the weekend's racing. Man who took over for me on Saturday and at the start of today's broadcasting, Dan Yeaman, is going to join me now. If you're just joining us here on the English language stream, my name's Reese Gardner, and it's my pleasure to help bring you all this action here from Chang International Circuit in Thailand. We can bring you in now, Dan. Interesting race thus far in the GT4 and GTC categories. It seems like the 44 is about to lose a spot here to car number 19. Grant at the wheel of the Supra, outbraking Pruterat in the Mercedes, nice and wide on the way in. Is there any sort of cutback through the hairpin? Well, the Merc does have a little more momentum on the exit, but I think the Supra's gotten it done.
Looks like it, Reese, and yes, good to be back once again on the microphone. And yeah, unfortunately have to say goodbye to Scott a little early today, but it does mean that, yes, I can jump back in beyond just observing the race in the background and keeping an eye on things. Now actually chip in with some thoughts here for everyone to listen into. And so thanks to everyone who I've been interacting with on the TSS YouTube stream as well today. It's been good sort of talking about bits and pieces about the racing, but yes, all eyes on now how this the battles for the lead are going to shake up here with these compensation times sort of shifting the order around from what it was before the stops.
And our attention will turn to lap times again very shortly, because for the vast majority of the drivers in the field, we have, well, for the vast majority of cars in the field, sorry, we have a new set of drivers being handed over to in the pit stops. Cars like this one, the 44, have a solo driver at the wheel. In this case, it is Pruterat Sirirongrith. We also have Todd Kingsford in the number 98, running in P7, and that Daytona Coupe behind the Mercedes, driven by Siramet. Unfortunately, we seem to have lost our other solo driver in the race, Damian Hamilton, who could not take to the start in the Ford Mustang TA2, a car that I think notoriously had a few mechanical issues last year, and it seems they haven't quite shaken those gremlins here in 2025.
One or two issues, yes, but not actually too many problems, I would say. That car was actually, if anything, one of the more slightly reliable ones in GTC. But yeah, unfortunately, it's meant our GTC class today has taken an absolute hammering when it comes to the fact that we've only had two cars able to actually do the race up to this point. We're hoping, obviously, that stays that way to finish off the day. But GT4 field is strong. All 12 cars started, all 12 cars still running as we're coming up to this final third of the race. And still looking here at Prucherap, but unfortunately now dropping well back on his own as the 12th and final GT4 run-up in this class. And hoping this won't be the case, I'm sure, but at the rate that he dropped 3 seconds on the last lap to Grant, who passed him in the process, and on average about 3 seconds off the fastest drivers out there right now, would suggest that's probable. In fact, it might even be more than 3 seconds. Looking at Kimmich, I think has put down an absolute banger of a lap time in third place.
Yeah, 145.8. Compare that to a 47.2 for the second place car, and 48.6 for Graham Dowsett in one of his first laps there in the Aston Martin. I get the feeling we're going to be seeing that top three compress as time goes on here. At 2 seconds a lap almost there over Dowsett. Kimmich will be on him in 6 laps time. And we need to keep in mind the number 32 as well. Safpond and Iaro at the wheel. But this is the battle for fourth. Number 36, Dan Bilski, and now Decathlon at the wheel of the 99 Porsche, chasing down Daniel in the Mercedes. Looked like a little bit of cutting of turn 1 there. Wonder how long it's going to be before we get our next black and white flag from race control.
Yeah, they've been coming up thick and fast as here we go to the inside. Looks Decathlon on Bilski. Apex left. Oh, Bilski wanted to turn in. Is denied by the presence of Decathlon up the inside. Will take the place away from the Mercedes on the corner, and we'll cover it up to turn 4, but I don't think there's going to be too much threat based on the way they're holding station between the corners there, Reece. So I think that's position made and done for now, unless there's a return of Serpent. Even then, through turn 4, the Cayman looking, and Decathlon looking much more confident with the cornering performance of that car versus Bilski and the Mercedes.
Yeah, that number 1 is looking like the best prepared car out there. Thanapatra in the car for the first half of the race was looking clean, comfortable, and quick. I did like that little exchange as Bilski, presumably his train of thought went, yeah, I'm going to turn in for the hairpin. Oh no, okay, no worries, sir. There you go. Further back, looking like a 3-way fight for P6 here. The 95 up ahead there with Prakun now at the wheel, and the dive from Nakib, who has taken over the Supra there. Going just beyond the white lines there on the exit of the final corner, but manages to put Todd Kingsford in the 98 back to 8th place, but Todd is right on the attack once again.
Yeah, he'll be trying. Ended up second outright yesterday and also was the winner of the GT4 AM subdivision. So yeah, we've got the cars here 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th here, all on the same bit of track together. All awfully close. In fact, the spread at the start-finish line was no more than 4 seconds. And then there's this for the lead of the race. Graham Dowsett has no answer to Iaro up the inside at turn 5 for the Big Quick Absolute Racing Porsche, number 32 machine. Pardon me, just, yes it is indeed. I was like, hang on, that's a Be Quick car, right? I actually lost track of the sponsor there on the side, but check the box, new race leader, and it's another Porsche Cayman making its way forward. There. And it would appear there for Graham Dowsett, just a little off the pace compared to Iaro at least, and if he's not careful, could be under threat from Kimmich as this race goes on. We'll get updated lap time shortly, but on the last one, I think it was about 2 seconds slower. And then the number 1 came in here in 3rd place. There's that car now on screen. So we'll just wait to see. So Dowsett, a 149.4 on a lap, being overtaken, mind you, by the 32 Viaro. And here we go, to update in a second on the tower. 1:45.7. Kamik is pushing and closing fast.
So, 1.8 seconds on that lap. If we assume the same pace difference going forward, gap is about 9 seconds or so at the start-finish line.
It's the race leader.
He's going to need 6 laps or so, and I think we're well within the possibility of having 6 laps to go, with 14.5 minutes remaining in the race, just about, and 1 extra lap after that. So there's plenty of opportunity here for Kamik to grab that race lead back. But he's got a couple of hurdles to jump over first. The first of which is getting past Graham Dowsett, and the second is keeping it clean himself. We've seen that practically no driver has been totally immune to even minor errors around this circuit today. Car number 36, meanwhile, Dan Bilski, has picked up a black and white flag, and this is again over multiple laps. Turn 4, turn 4, turn 5, turn 11, turn 1, and turn 4. Turn 4 has been one of the hot spots at this track. Almost all of the biggest action that we've seen today has come from around that section.
And it makes plenty of sense when you think about it, that you've got a sweeping, high-speed left-hand turn setting up for a slower corner. And if you overdrive it, you're coming off the second longest straight on the track as well. So you've got high-speed entry. You're wanting to carry as much as you can into it to then be able to brake late for turn 5 and throw speed. So no surprises, turn 4 is really giving us both action as well as track limits violations. As here is Kamik on screen again and pulls nearly another 4 seconds out of Graham Dowsett ahead. 1:45.7 for the Cayman here on screen versus a 1:49.4 for the Aston Martin ahead. So that second place looking pretty certain at this point. And even, first place, 1:47.3 for Yaro in the number 32 Porsche Cayman here on screen. Right now, as we talk about it, it's looking very likely that Kamik's got the pace to catch him. And I would have said last time around we were definitely looking at 9 laps, because we're doing 1:47s to 45s. Somewhere in the range, I think, of 7 to 8 laps. It just really will depend on where this car is versus the clock, and how that'll then play out as a result. Whilst we've been talking, more track limits warnings now for the 95 machine of Prakun, Toyota Supra, down in 7th, and the number 32 race leader. Again, multiple warnings, or multiple track limits violations noted for both of those cars, which turn 4 once again popping up in force.
I think if you're finding track limit violations on the race control feed, it's almost likely going to be turn 4. Look at the gap that's been brought down here from Kamik as he catches up to Graham Dowsett. Out of the final corner, they are separated by a mere 0.8 of a second. This is absolutely rapid pace from the AAS Motorsport number 1. They already have a race win on their hands today. Their Porsche GT3R took the win in the Supercar GT3 race in the sopping wet conditions. Can they get a GT4 win today to add to their roster? It's going to be second place at least, because Graham Dowsett leaves the door open to the inside, and Kamik is through into P2.
Yep, unfortunately that one was coming quick, and with seemingly no sign of that being much of a fight, unfortunately there. So that's how that wraps up. I'm just seeing if we actually did get official results. And from what I can see here, unless it's been final race results from GT3, provisional results. So looking at provisional race results for GT4, that number 1 Porsche was the winner yesterday, just to sort of put it all in perspective, and they won by nearly 10 seconds at the end of the day as well. So all of that in mind, this is certainly looking like it is theirs for the taking as well once again. The Yaro, South Pond in that Be Quick Absolute Racing Porsche up ahead, came home 4th. and the Aston Martin, where it is, our Team NZ machine. It finished 9th yesterday, so this is quite a turnaround for Graham Dowsett and Rahman, results-wise. But speaking of results, one of your podium finishes, 95 machine here. Oh, sorry, not 95. 99 car over Todd Kingsford. Fighting with the 95 though. Not quite able to make the move there through 9, 10, 11. We'll have to try again some other point on the circuit to get this 7th place out right away.
I was about to say, how about turn 12? But no. Well, maybe out of turn 12 as the Supra was very deep into the final corner. Here comes Kingsford. Oh, but it looks like either he had a gear shift problem or he lifted to maybe get the move done more conclusively at turn 3. Clearly, much better exits than Prakuna's managing in the 95. Kingsford is back through into 7th. Lights flashing behind there from the number 33. Who's starting to gain on this fight. Now, it's Falfong. Oh dear. Kingsford very deep into the hairpin. Falfong might try to take advantage here as well. The 3 cars all together now for P8. P7 rather. The run from car number 95 to overcome that and basically just allow Kingsford to make his own error there, but that's a big dive at turn 5. Goodness me. Todd Kingsford is very confident on the brakes, isn't he? And he's able to complete the move. No, he's not. Every time they come through that turn, I'm thinking, oh, he's ahead. But perspective is my worst enemy there. And can Falfong take advantage of all of this? He's weaving around trying to look for a way through.
Finds Kingsford through the exit of 7 as a result, and up the inside at turn 9 ahead now of Prakun in that number 95 Supra. Sister machine, but very different teams. And immediately makes several car lengths in the process. So that looks like that was a move coming, a long time coming there. As we look here now, Todd Kingsford clearly has got the measure of this Supra, and pardon me, Prakun driving it right now on corner exits, making sure not to overdrive it, but then proceeded to make a right meal of the turn 3 hairpin, which sort of undid all the good work that we saw at turn 1 a lap ago. So we'll watch here to see Falfong. Does he just run away from these guys? Because on the last lap he pulled nearly 3 seconds on them. But we'll check back in that later, because we're back looking at the top 2 here between Iaro and Kimik. And looking like it's going to come down to the wire because he's closing. But now, only 1 second gained on the last lap race. 47.1 for your leader versus a 46.1 for the number 1 car in 2nd place.
So there's 2 possibilities there. Either Iaro has found some, or unlocked some extra pace there in the number 32, or Kamik is potentially reaching the limit of those tyres. Remember, Scott and I were talking at the start of the race about how a lot of the GT4 teams were forced to revert their setups because they thought that the track might still be wet for the start of this race. But it dried out a lot quicker than anyone anticipated. So there's potential that the number 1 team, AAS Motorsports, went for that sort of wetter setup, which might have been a bit harder on the tyres.
Maybe indeed. I mean, yeah, I'm used to the sentence 4 seasons in one day, being born, bred in Melbourne, Australia. We like to joke about the fact that we can have a perfectly fine day one moment, then have a downpour the next, as well as fit in the fact that we do see slight variations on getting cold and getting hot in between. We've definitely had 2 seasons here at the Chang International Circuit today, either dry and sunny or pouring with rain. There's not really been much in between, so it's a little simpler. But yes, the fact that we went from dry, pouring rain for GT3, and then it started undoing itself to the point we got slick tyres the next hour. And thankfully, I think for these teams here, that just enough time they're watching probably the F4 race, and even just the time of the F4 race, to make sure that they could maybe undo any change they would have made given that we started the day dry as well.
Yeah, very quick turnaround on the weather, which would have made stuff difficult for the mechanics and the engineers. These various teams. Lapped car being negotiated there. That is Pruturat, who will now go a lap down to our leaders. And they are together almost on the exit of the final turn here. Iaro holding on as Pruturat moves out of the way. Give the racing line to the number 1. Under 5 minutes to go in this race. And the number 1 is right on the back of the 32 and was 1.3 seconds quicker on the previous lap.
By my numbers, we had 4 laps to go at the start-finish line race based on the lap times they're doing here and the time remaining on the clock. So plenty of time, I'd say, based on the fact that he's right there for Kimmich, that's plenty of time and opportunities to figure out where you're going to make the move. The question is, looks like you might be relying on the headlights for a bit of the intimidation factor, or at least trying to get Iaro to look in the mirrors more than he absolutely needs to say, I'm here, and I will find a way past you, if you're not careful. Watch to see where the differences are, because in the first sector, about a 10th different in favour of Kimmich. As they come out of the second sector here, another 10th gained in favour of Kimmich. So on this lap, is this Kimmich now backing off a moment just to sort of observe up close what Iaro is doing, or is this going to be a case of sector 3, there's bigger gains to be had at the back of the lap here?
Yeah, I think just thinking about the nature of the circuit here, I would be more inclined to stay behind through the final sector and have a proper go slipstreaming down the back straight and going for it at turn 3. I think that might be what Kimmich is trying to do here. Obviously, they have the luxury of now a 13-second gap just about to Graham Dowsett, so they can afford to take their time with this. It's all about the exit from turn 1 here, all the way across the curb on entry and exit. And the slipstream is on. It didn't look like much of a difference between them on traction at the exit of the corner. Distraction is the name of the game here, it seems, for Kimmich. He's still not able to get past Iaro, and if anything, goes very deep into turn 3. Translates that into a late apex for a good run out of the corner. I think this might be a pass at turn 5 if we're not careful.
Gonna have to come from a fairway under brakes. There was one thing that I saw there that was of note back at turn 12. In addition to the headlight flash, Kimmich used the indicator to signal to the inside of the corner on the way in. In fact, I said it was going to be a heck of a dive. Here it comes. The door opened and left him touch at the wheel guards there for Kimmich. He actually doesn't get through. Iaro runs to the edge of the track there on defense. Will hang on to the race lead. But all right, the intent has been signaled with 2.5 laps to go that I will be a car length behind you and I will still go for it under brakes. Righto then, it's on.
What'd I say? Turn 5. That's where you're going to see the dive. Well, he's going to have to wait another lap for that one. It's an interesting way of, like, just thinking about how the entire lap plays into a move here. You know, you stay behind down the start-finish straight through turn 1, go deep into turn 3, late apex, get the momentum out, and then through turn 4, you set up the inside into turn 5. That is almost half the lap there that is spent setting up a move. And it just goes to show how far ahead you have to think as a racing driver.
I mean, yeah, the whole thing of the fact, really, for me, that you've got so many laps where you are trying to find something that, never mind that, because here we go, it might be coming here at turn 3 this time. No, Iaro covers, says you will not have the inside line. But outside, where there might be some more rubber, can Kimmich pull it up? No. And Iaro actually trying to really park it on the apex of turn 3. But does that mean slow on the exit? I think it does, Reese. Up towards turn 4. This is Kimmich's best chance, the closest he's been now in this closing stage.
Oh, Iaro's going to defend there. Kimmich doesn't find a way past, but into turn 4, he gets alongside. This is going to be super close between them. The space is there for Kamik to get to the outside line, and he has the lead of the race. The AAS Motorsport crew jubilant in the pits, but a bit of oversteer there for Kamik, and oh no! Spin for the number 32. Iaro is around. Oh, and well, AAS taking a little bit of pleasure in that they won't be under any more pressure towards the end of this race, but Iaro might be struggling to get that car going here. It's still rolling. Unfortunately, oh my God! Graham Dowsett, who just lost third place to
Nakib,
lost fourth place to Nakib. That 39 has just had a podium fall into their hands.
Wow, that's nuts. I mean, I think actually that may be a sign. There was the grass still wet there on the inside of the corner because
yeah, I think it was.
Because we saw that Beak Absolute Racing Porsche, it spun. I thought it was back the right way. We cut to the pit lane, and then we cut back, and it's facing the wrong way again. How that wasn't a multi-car part was Dowsett's back in front of the Nakib here. Final lap about to start for these cars, and we've got a battle for the final spot on the podium. No, pardon me. This is second and third and fourth because Iraro's recovered right onto the back end. Let's see if this angle here will commit to the shot. So you wiggle from Kamik and just maybe having to slow up a bit on the exit of the corner, Iaro, to not run into the back of Kamik. And then, trying to get going. And the grass is not dry enough and it just around and traction control perhaps just cutting the throttle in and out when he doesn't want it and loses control as a result.
Oh man, that's disastrous for the Be Quick Racing team. They will have to settle for fourth here unless they can get the move done on Dowsett and on Nakib on the final lap. There isn't much between those cars. They're only covered by about a second on the timing screen from what I could see, but up the front here, the number one has had the lead come to them in the final laps of this race. Kantadi Kusiri and Kamik Kanasuta, star driver pairing in this event. And they look like they're just cruising to the line there. They know that they have 18 seconds, nearly 19 seconds back to the next car. They had to fight their way back from a long compensation time in the pit stop. Apex and exit, checkered flag in sight. And AAS Motorsport will win again in GT4 at Chang International Circuit. Who finishes second in the end? It is Nakib and Mitchell in the 39 Supra, with Iaro managing to put the 32 back onto the podium places there. Graham Dowsett losing out on the final lap there, but it's still going to be a super strong fourth place for himself and Romain Leroux. Decathorn and Thanapatra bring their Cayman home in P5. Wow, exciting finish.
All the fireworks coming at the very end of the race. My word. And noting there quickly as well that the GT4 AM subclass goes the way of the number 32 of Iaro and Sathapon. There with the next car in the AM subclass being Todd Kingsford down in 8th place outright today. So when you go by the Pro-Am versus the AM split and look at the results there, it's been a comfortable run for that 32 Porsche. But all eyes now on your defending series champions and round one clean sweep on the race result tallies there for Kamik Kanasuta and Kantadi Kusiri, as you said there. AAS Motorsport, it took them towards the end of that race, but they get there in the end and make it a very comfortable win indeed. Ahead of Mitchell and Nakib there, coming home to claim second for Wing Hin Motorsports, and Sathapon Iaro will have to settle for third place today, but be, I guess, covered off by the AM subclass win. Meanwhile, down in GTC, unfortunately, the podium of two ends up with Siramet winning in that Ford Daytona Coupe ahead of Chongyi and Shiwan's Honda Civic for Team Supersonic by Rongpo Power Unit. And Damien Hamilton officially, well, the order of timing puts him as the quote-unquote third car in the GTC class there. But there's your top 10 results, and fast lap time, no surprises, goes to your race winner. Although, looking at it from early on in the race, Roman doing a very good job, not too far off the best lap early on there as well.
Yeah, Romain Leroux was putting on a really good drive in the Aston Martin. And also interesting to note that Siramet ended up getting back past the Civic for the GTC victory. Remember, they had that super long compensation time and were actually behind them coming out of the pits. I mean, the GT4 battling was so intense that we completely missed the change for that.
Well, do you want to know this? The gap on the final lap, the official finishing result gap is 12.499 seconds. The lap time difference on the final lap of the race is 12.001 seconds in favour of Siramet.
Oh
so I think whilst we've been watching Kimmich win the race for AES Motorsport and GT4, we've missed an absolute shocker of a final lap for Chongyi. But the other main thing is the final sectors, they're all slow for Chongyi. So I think, unfortunately, for the Honda Civic and that number 23 car, they've had to limp the car home. And as a result, they've ended up inadvertently giving up the class win in GTC to Siramet in that Ford Daytona Coupe.
Yeah, shame for them.
สิ้นสุดแล้วนะครับสำหรับการแข่งขันในเรื่องของ Thailand
Here's Goody in the pits
นะครับซึ่งผลของอันดับที่3สำหรับรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GT4 นะครับเป็นของ Be Quick Absolute Racing พี่แม็กซ์สถาพรวิระเชื้อและเอโร่ลักษณะโกโต้พี่แม็กซ์เสียดายอีกนิดเดียวเองครับเล่าให้ฟังหน่อย
ก็เป็นมอเตอร์สปอร์ตนะครับมัน4ล้ออะไรมันก็เกิดขึ้นได้พี่แล้วก็ทีมเราพยายามเต็มที่แล้วก็ฝากเชียร์สนามหน้าด้วยกันครับผม
คือแต่จริงๆเราเห็นถึงความตั้งใจของบูนะว่าบูมีความตั้งใจและพยายามมาจนถึงอันดับที่1เพื่อแซงมิกกี้มาได้แต่ในเรื่องของพอมีการเตือนจากทางข้างบนมาเนี่ยก็มีการระมัดระวังมากขึ้นทั้ง2คันเลยถูกไหมฮะแต่อย่างที่บอกนะฮะพอมันปลายลาสตินแล้วเนี่ยมันมีความกดดันค่อนข้างสูงถูกไหมฮะเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยมันก็อาจจะเกิดอะไรขึ้นได้ถูกไหมบูได้ไหมฮะบู
I don't know ตรงนี้ไอ้รู้ว่าต้องเล่นแบบไหนแล้วจะตั้งหน้าให้จะทำแบบดีกว่านี้นิดนึงครับรู้ตัวติงกัสเกอร์ฟุตุนจิเกตัวสมัยนี้จันตอนนั้นช่วยดาวน์จันเนี่ยที่รู้ว่ามันอะไรก็ตกซาร์เดี๋ยวมันรู้สึก maximum จิเกตัวตุ้มจะรู้ว่าตัวเดี๋ยวใส่หมูจันฟ้ามันอะไรก็ตุ้มจิเกอินเตอร์ลงใจโอเค thank you very much
โอเค congratulations again ครับสำหรับอันดับที่3นะฮะไปต่ออันดับที่2นะฮะสำหรับThailand Supercar GT4 นะครับมูฮัมหมัดนาควิปนอสลาและมิเชลเซียมินจาย congratulations
Thank you
Okay how do you feel this race
Very good we had a lot of penalty time with our podium last round we focus on keeping consistent the Porsches once again are really fast but happy to put a Toyota in the podium thanks to the team they did a really good job setting up a good car for us
ก็คือเขาก็บอกว่าในเรื่องของพอใจในผลงานในวันนี้แล้วก็เรื่องของเวลาที่เขามีแต้มต่อที่ค่อนข้างมากแล้วก็พูดถึงรถของ Porsche นะครับทั้ง2คันหน้าเนี่ยก็คือค่อนข้างแรงแต่ก็คือพอใจในผลงานในครั้งนี้ and you last question next to the race for Bangsen
So next race will be Bangsen. It's going to be a tough one. Now that we've finished P2, we'll have added extra 10 seconds in the pit for next round. So it's going to be even more difficult, but we'll push forward. And yeah, good points collected for this round, and we look forward for the next one.
All right. Okay. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
ก็พูดถึงความยากของสนามบางแสนนะครับแน่นอนว่าก็ต้องติดตามกันให้ดีแล้วฮะเดี๋ยวเราไปต่อกันดีครับคุณผู้ชมฮะเพราะว่าเรามีหลายรุ่นเดี๋ยวเวลาจะไม่ทันสำหรับรุ่นต่อไปสำหรับอันดับ1นะครับในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GT4 เป็นของ AES Motorsport ขอเสียงเลยครับสวัสดีครับยินดีด้วยนะครับบูมกันทีกุศรีนะครับแล้วก็มิกกันสูตรนะครับบูมครับเป็นไงบ้างครับสำหรับสนามนี้สนุกมันมากเลย
ครับก็ถือว่าทำได้ตามเป้าครับก็ในสตินแรกของบูมก็พยายามที่จะยืดแกปไปให้มากที่สุดนะครับแล้วก็ทำได้อย่างที่คาดหวังไว้แล้วก็ส่งรถต่อให้น้องมิกกี้ทำงานต่อ
โอ้โหแต่มิกกี้ก็ทำงานหนักเหมือนกันนะเพราะในปลายสตินเนี่ยก็จะมีเหตุการณ์เกิดขึ้นเล่าให้ฟังหน่อยครับในช่วงนาทีสุดท้าย
ก็วันนี้นะครับเราก็โดนพิทสต็อปเพนัลตี้ไปนานเพราะว่าจากผลการแข่งขันเมื่อวานนะครับก็บวก15วิรวมเป็น145สตินแรกพี่บูมเขาก็พุชเต็มที่ยืดไปให้เยอะพอสมควรนะครับพอส่งมาให้ผมก็เหลือไม่กี่คันที่จะต้องไล่ครับผมก็ไล่เต็มที่ครับแล้วก็
สุดท้ายก็แซงขึ้นมาได้ครับ
แน่นอนฮะในวงการมอเตอร์สปอร์ตนะครับอย่างที่เอโร่พูดว่าอะไรมันก็เกิดขึ้นได้นะครับมันก็เป็นเรื่องที่เราก็คาดไม่ถึงอยู่แล้วแต่วันนี้ก็ถือว่าสุดความสามารถเราก็พอใจในผลงานมาเป็นอันดับหนึ่งถือว่ายอดเยี่ยมและเยี่ยมยอดมากครับบูมครับอยากให้ส่งต่อไปสนามต่อไปที่บางแสนสตรีทเซอร์กิตครับ
ครับก็สนามต่อไปนะครับก็เป็นที่สนามบางแสนนะครับที่ชลบุรีก็ฝากทุกคนติดตามเชียร์ทีม AS ด้วยแล้วก็ติดตามเชียร์รายการ Thailand Super Series ด้วยครับ
พี่กี้ครับ
ครับก็บางแสนก็เป็นไฮไลท์ของปีนะครับก็รับรองว่าสนุกแน่นอนครับผมมีแอคชั่นแน่ๆครับ
แสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งครับกับ AS Motorsport นะครับเอาละครับคุณผู้ชมครับยังมีอีกรุ่นหนึ่งนะครับในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GTC ซึ่งรุ่นนี้เนี่ยนะครับลงขับแข่งได้ 2 คันนะครับอันดับ2ครับที่เข้ามาเนี่ยครับเป็นชงยีนะครับแล้วก็ฉางอันนะครับมาแล้วฮะก่อนหน้านี้เขาบอกว่าเขาปวดท้องนะฮะต้องรีบไปเข้าห้องน้ำตอนนี้ใช้เวลาชั่วโมงหนึ่งกลับมาแล้ว Congratulations How do you feel
Today is our turn to have some problem. So we are leading the race just now. There's sudden power cut. So at the last few laps, we only have 4,000 RPM. Yeah, so that's what caused us to slow down so much.
Unfortunately, the luck has turned upon us today. Yesterday was good luck. Today we returned the favor. So yeah, car issues all the way that caused us to slow down and ultimately the race win.
Alright, so for the next race we're gonna go to race in the Bang Sand Street Circuit?
Yes, definitely. We'll see you there. The car will be upgraded.
Alright. Okay.
But I'm just very happy that we get as much points as possible. And hope to bring the championship lead all the way to the end of the season.
Okay. Congratulations again. Thank you. ครับก็อาจจะพูดถึงเรื่องของปัญหาที่เกิดขึ้นที่ผ่านมาแล้วก็โชคไม่ดีเท่าไหร่ในเรื่องของการเกิดปัญหาที่คลัชในเรื่องของการขับขี่ในเรื่องของเครื่องยนต์นะฮะแต่แน่นอนว่าเขาก็จะแก้ปัญหานี้แล้วก็พยายามทำให้มันดีโดยเฉพาะอย่างนี้ส่งต่อที่สนามบางแสนในครั้งหน้าเขาไปแน่นอนแล้วก็ติดตามเชียร์เขาให้ด้วยนะครับส่วนอันดับที่1นะฮะเป็นของเปเปอร์ศิราเมธทั้งสุธีรนนท์กุลไม่อยู่ก็ต้องขอแสดงความยินดีให้กับน้องเพปเปอร์ด้วยนะครับที่คว้าชัยในสนามนี้ในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GTC ด้วยครับเพราะฉะนั้นทั้ง2รุ่นนี้จบลงแล้วนะครับติดตามกันดีในสนามหน้ากับบางแสนสตรีทเซอร์กิตเดี๋ยวเรายังมีรุ่นที่มันๆนะครับเกิดขึ้นต่อในรุ่นหน้านะครับติดตามให้ดีว่าเป็นรุ่นอะไรกับตรงนี้เพราะฉะนั้นส่งต่อตรงนี้ให้กับไฮไลท์ครับ
I'm going to just quickly jump back in here on the feed, but that revelation there from Shang Ung in the post-race interview for the Team Supersonic car there, that an engine problem cutting them back to 4,000 RPM on the final lap. No wonder they lost 12 seconds in a tragic sort of problem there out of their hands, unfortunately, in that car to finish off.
Yeah, that's massive. We didn't even see that on the feed, but that's huge. Big change for the result in GTC, but in GT4, race got off to a great start for our number 1 car and battling so hard over the course of the first race there. We saw the Toyota GTC entry unfortunately out before the start of the race. And then the dominance began for our Porsche Cayman up the front. Massive stuff, big incident. And in fact, one of the biggest incidents we saw in the race before that point, the number 89 getting the right wing mirror unfortunately bent in a little bit from slight contact on the way into turn 4. 99 would carry that little dent for the rest of the race. Number 7 with Romain Leroux and Graham Dowsett had a good race to finish ultimately P4 in the end and nearly matching the fastest lap time of our leaders here. The Ford Daytona Coupe ultimately taking the victory in the GTC class. Pit stops came around and we saw some shuffling in the running order. And I think ultimately, Dan, it set us up for what was a classic final half of that race. Plenty of drama that came out of this.
Oh, without a doubt. And that's one of the things is it does make it exciting here that we don't get runaway. It's hard to get a runaway race win in these 60-minute races by virtue of the compensation times in the stops to try and shuffle the order back up. And it did. It gave us some great chases there to the finish. The Team NZ Aston Martin here versus the Big Absolute Racing Porsche, which did end with the Aro clearing John Dowsett to get up into the race lead. But then both of these cars being hunted down by the AAS Motorsport #1 Porsche to reclaim the lead of the race. And it took a couple of laps, but then getting into those final 15 minutes, and the AAS #1 car arrived on the scene and with a great turn of speed in comparison. And for a while there, we were thinking exactly when it's going to come, and it comes like a big dive like this. It was a statement of force. Just didn't quite work out the first time, though.
Yeah, certainly. It managed to get it done at turn 4 the next lap, but then a massive problem for the 32 there. There was a bit of a wiggle for the #1, and then slight contact on the exit of the corner, which ended up sending the 32 around. And we thought for a second that was going to be their race over, as the traction control kicked in again to send the car around as they tried to get it recovered. But they would come back from that, and the #1 would cross the line to take a sheer dominant victory, and a very popular victory with their team, AAS Motorsport. Very happy with their performance, and rightly so. Finishing in second in the in a massive battle was the other Cayman with the 95 Supra, I believe. Sorry, go on, Dan.
I was going to say, yeah, the one thing about that incident for the 32 Porsche was the fact that we didn't see it fully live. Was just the rejoin was a little crazy there with the 38 and the #7 as well. So a little bit of a moment there that nearly crossed them all up. But yes, that was about it. And with that, our TSS Supercar action has concluded for the weekend. But we have one final race. You can see it there across the digital signage. Thailand Super Pickup Division 1 is what remains to finish off the racing weekend with 12 more laps. Green flag is scheduled to be given in about 10 minutes time, so we might take just a 5-minute micro break here on the commentary front. We'll leave you here with the vision from the circuit race, and then be back to bring this racing weekend to a close with Thailand Super Pickup Division 1.
See you in a moment.
ครับก็ค่อนข้างที่จะเมื่อวานมีปัญหาเรื่องฝนตกแล้วก็ใบพัดน้ำฝนไม่ทำงานก็เลยประคองครับจบอันดับที่17เมื่อวานครับวันนี้ก็มาสตาร์ทที่17วันนี้ก็จบที่3แล้วก็ที่1ในรุ่นก็ถือว่าโอเคแล้วครับรถสมบูรณ์ 100% ครับจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับก็ได้สตาร์ทต้นๆก็คือว่าจะเต็มที่ให้ดีที่สุดเลยตั้งแต่เริ่มเลยครับอันนี้เราอยู่ท้ายเราก็ต้องประคองให้ดีที่สุดกลัวแบบไปโดนคนนู้นคนนี้อย่างเงี้ยเราก็หาช่องที่ดีที่สุดแซงไปเรื่อยๆครับสนามเมื่อวานก็มีปัญหานิดหน่อยก็ไม่สิ่งที่ไม่คาดคิดมันก็เกิดขึ้นอยู่ดีๆปัดน้ำฝนไม่ทำงานรอบแรกเลยก็มองทางไม่เห็นเลยครับก็ขับประคองไปจนจบได้ก็ถือว่าโอเคครับ
2 สนามที่ผ่านมาก็คือสนามแรกเนี่ยผมคอนดิฟายไม่ดีสนามเมื่อวานใช่ไหมครับแล้วตอนนี้มันเกิดเรื่องการฝนตกพอเกิดเรื่องการฝนตกผมก็ทำกันบ้านเพราะว่าถามว่าเรื่องฝนนี่คือผมก็ค่อนข้างที่จะถนัดเป็นพอสมควรแล้วมันมาเกิดปัญหาพลิกล็อกรอบสุดท้ายคือผมโดนแบ็คสโมกผมก็เลยพลาดจากไล่ขึ้นมาอยู่ที่2แล้วผมก็เลยตกไปอยู่อันดับ6เลยครับแล้วก็มาสนามนี้ผมก็เลยเมื่อคืนเราแข่งตอนเช้าใช่ไหมพี่ผมก็เลยเก็บทำการบ้านมาว่าตอนเช้าเนี่ยเราจะทำให้ดีที่สุดคือเรื่องฟันเรื่องเซตติ้งของรถหลายๆอย่างครับก็ช่วงกับเบสก็คือว่าผมคิดว่าผมรู้มือกันอยู่ครับผมเพราะว่าเรื่องการปะทะกันอะไรคือค่อนข้างไม่น่าจะมีเพราะว่าเราเกรดเอกันทั้งคู่เนาะพี่เนาะสนามพรุ่งนี้ฝากติดตามเบอร์7โบวีวันรวมช่างเชียงกงด้วยนะครับผมก็สนุกแน่นอนครับผม
สนามแรกเจอฝนแล้วตัวเองไม่เคยขับฝนเลยตั้งแต่แข่งรถมาก็ถือว่าได้ประสบการณ์ที่ดีในสนามแรกแล้วก็จะพัฒนาต่อยอดไปส่วนมาสนามนี้ภูมิใจครับประสบความสำเร็จแล้ววางแผนได้ถูกต้องตามที่เราตั้งเป้าไว้ครับมีความกังวลเล็กน้อยเพราะว่ามันแข่ง3 เลสติดต่อกันซึ่งมันเป็นงานที่หนักของเครื่องยนต์เรา เราก็จะพยายามทะลุถนอมมันให้ดีที่สุดกติกาใหม่ก็ค่อนข้างยากเพราะว่าเนินน้ำหนักเพิ่มแล้วก็ตัดจำนวนตี2 มิลแล้วก็ค้นหาเครื่องยนต์แล้วก็เซตติ้งรถใหม่ทั้งหมดครับผมเลสที่3วางแผนว่าให้จบ1 ใน 3เพื่อที่จะเอาคะแนนไว้รวมกันเพราะปีที่แล้วผมได้รองแชมป์ซึ่งผมไม่ตก2 สนามถ้าผมจบผมก็มีโอกาสเป็นแชมป์
ครับคุณผู้ชมครับความมันยังไม่หมดเพียงเท่านี้นะครับยังอยู่กับอีกรุ่นหนึ่งนะครับที่ทุกคนรอคอยนั่นคือ Thailand Super Pickup Division 1 Class A และ Class B นั่นเองนะครับ2รุ่นนี้จะขับแข่งกันนะครับโดยใช้เวลา12 รอบนะครับซึ่งแน่นอนว่ากฎการ Reverse Grid ของสนามที่2เนี่ยนะครับณัฐนุชวงศ์สมบูรณ์หรือจ๊อบมนตรีดีเซลเนี่ยอยู่ที่1ใช่ไหมครับวันนี้เลยต้องไปสตาร์ทในกริดที่5ทำให้ผู้ที่เข้าที่5ของเมื่อวานก็คืออลงกรณ์แท้ตั้งหรือหนุ่มเม้งนะครับอยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทของที่1ในวันนี้สนาม3แล้วในรุ่นนี้ใครจะเป็นแชมป์ใครจะชนะไปคุยกันก่อนนะครับกับพี่หนุ่มเม้งนะฮะวันนี้ให้มีโอกาสแก้ตัวนะครับจากเมื่อวานนะครับสวัสดีครับพี่หนุ่มเม้งครับแน่นอนครับพี่หนุ่มเม้งครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับผม
ก็ตื่นเต้นนิดนึงนะครับวันนี้ครับ
ตื่นเต้นแก้ตัวหน่อยจากสนามที่เข้ามาที่5เกิดเหตุการณ์อะไรขึ้นครับ
ต้องบอกว่ารถเรามีปัญหาตั้งแต่วันซ้อมครับแล้วก็ได้ทำการยกเครื่องตัวที่เราจะใช้แข่งลงก็เลยใช้เครื่องสำรองอยู่ครับก็เลยมีปัญหาเรื่องความเร็วนิดหน่อยครับก็เลยต้องประคองครับจนถึงวันนี้ครับ
วันนี้ยังใช้เครื่องสำรองอยู่เหรอ
ใช่ครับ
โอ้โหแต่ไม่เป็นไรเรามีโอกาสแก้ตัวไม่ต้องถูกน้ำหนักถูกไหมฮะ
ถูกต้องครับเพราะว่าผมมองว่าผมค่อยๆไปแต่ว่าผมน่าจะจบครับผม
จบแน่ต้องมีโพเดียมด้วย
น่าจะที่1เนี่ยแหละครับ
นี่โอเคพี่หนุ่มเองเตรียมตัวไปบางแสนยังไงฮะ
ก็บางแสนนี่เราต้องเตรียมพร้อมมากกว่าเดิมอยู่แล้วครับแล้วก็วันนี้มันเหมือนเป็นระบบใหม่ด้วยครับเครื่องยนต์ที่หลีปากมากกว่าเดิมน้ำหนักเยอะกว่าเดิมนะฮะก็ค่อนข้างที่จะแบบเป็นเหมือนเป็นการทดสอบใหม่ก็เลยต้องเตรียมตัวใหม่อีกทีหนึ่งครับแต่คิดว่าบางแสนพร้อมกว่านี้แน่นอนครับ
ครับผมฝากถึงแฟนหน่อยครับ
ก็ยังไงฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับเบอร์85ครับอลงกรณ์แท้ตั้งนะครับคลาส A นะครับปีนี้ขยับขึ้นมาคลาส A นะครับก็ยังไงฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับหนุ่มเม้งครับ
ครับเอาละฮะไปต่อกันครับแม่พี่หนุ่มเม้งขยับมาคลาส A แล้วนะครับแล้วก็อันดับที่4ของเมื่อวานในเกรดที่2นะครับวันนี้เกรดที่3แล้วก็มาอยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทอันดับที่2ในวันนี้กับพี่โต้งธนวัฒน์สุวรรณรัตน์นะครับพี่โต้งครับสวัสดีครับปีนี้ออกตัวมาแรงจริงๆเลยนะครับเป็นยังไงบ้างกับการวางแผนเตรียมความพร้อมมาจนถึงสนามที่3แล้ว
ก็ค่อนข้างที่จะตรงไปตามที่เรากำหนดเอาไว้ครับของกับการวางแผนของสำหรับปีนี้ครับผม
ก็ถือว่าเราเตรียมความพร้อมมาดี
ก็ประมาณนั้นครับ
ก็มีเพื่อนร่วมทีมก็ตามกันมาด้วยถูกไหมฮะ
ใช่ครับเพราะว่าเราใช้แผนเดียวกันหมดก็คือว่าเราต้องออกแบบยังไงว่าให้มันทั้งหมดมัน8 เลสนะครับก็คือ8 สนามใช่ไหมครับเราก็ต้องดูว่าเราจะสู้กันใน1 2 3 4 5 6ยังไงครับ
แต่ความยากง่ายก็จะแตกต่างกันไปแต่ละสนามถูกไหมฮะโดยเฉพาะยิ่งในสนามบางแสนเนี่ยก็ซึ่งไม่เหมือนกับที่ช้างเลย
ใช่ครับใช่สนามบางแสนเนี่ยเราต้องบอกก่อนว่ามันคือสตรีทนะครับสนามสตรีทค่อนข้างที่จะขับยากแต่ก็เป็นความฝันของนักแข่งหลายๆคนที่จะต้องไปขับสตรีทที่นั่นแล้วเราก็มีการปรับเซตรถอะไรประมาณนี้ครับก็มีข้อมูลอยู่แล้วก็ไม่ได้ยากอะไรครับผม
แน่นอนว่าพี่โต้งมีประสบการณ์เยอะกว่ากับเพื่อนในร่วมทีมแน่นอนเพราะฉะนั้นก็อยากให้พี่โต้งฝากถึงแฟนๆด้วยครับ
ยังไงก็ขอติดตามรายการนะครับ Thailand Super Series นะครับ TSS แล้วก็ติดตามผมแล้วก็ฝากเชียร์โต้งตันด้วยครับสวัสดีครับ
ขอบคุณครับพี่โต้งธนวัฒน์สุวรรณรัตน์นะครับแล้วก็ยังมีอีกหลายท่านไม่ว่าจะเป็นพี่หนุ่ยเป๋อสุพรรณนะครับพี่ต้นคอมบันเรลนะครับรวมไปถึงจ๊อบมนตรีดีเซลที่เป็นแชมป์ของสนามที่แล้วแต่มาดูกันว่าวันนี้จ๊อบมนตรีดีเซลจะเป็นที่1อีกหรือไม่หรือหนุ่มเม้งการยางจะเป็นที่1หรือใครก็ตามในการแข่งขันในเรสนี้เป็นที่1ติดตามกันให้ดีในรุ่นนี้กับ Thailand Super Pickup Division 1 Class A และ Class B กับ B Quick Thailand Super Series 2025 ครับ
And on that well-timed note, with Goody wrapping up the interviews down on the grid with the drivers, it's time to get ready for the final race of the day. As you can now see, a more just sort of golden hue to the sunlight here, Reese, as it drops down towards the horizon, I dare say. And whilst there's some clouds hanging around, we should be good to get through this one, we hope, without any further weather interruptions. Welcome to the final race of the weekend. Welcome to Thailand Super Pickup Division 1, classes A and B, as the drivers making their final preparations before they'll get to the formation lap.
Yep, 26 pickup trucks on the grid for this one. Starting all the way from the back for today's race is Sandy Stuvik, who we saw earlier today in the Porsche 911 GT3 driving with Henk Kicks. We'll see how far up Stuvik will be able to make it. Of course, I wasn't here for Saturday's action, but I remember Stuvik's performance on Friday in the first of the races here. It was a rough go of it for Sandy. He was clearly super quick, but not quite able to take advantage of that. As we go on our way down through the grid. 10th place, Surachai Fengfong there. Ultra focused on the track before him. As we get ready for the final preparations here, all of the crews, or most of them, off the circuit there. Still got a few stragglers, blowing some fresh air in for the drivers. And then it's just the marshals before we roll away for our standing start here.
Yeah, so looking through the race results as a quick sort of recap of yesterday's second race of the weekend. After finishing 7th on Friday in race 1, the 93 of Nuch Wongsombun won yesterday's race by 5.8 seconds from the number 7 of Superchai, who also had a bit of a mid-top 10 finish on Friday with 6th place for him. And running at the podium was Anawat Maneain in the number 95 truck, who actually had a really rough day of it on Friday, finishing 17th in race number 1 of the weekend. And really looking at it here, I am struggling to find a driver who's actually had consistent results. If I find a good one for them in one of the two races this weekend, then either down several spots or down a long way. If anything, it's a little weird to say it like this. Sandy Stuvik's had one of the more consistent finishes of the weekend, even though it's a 4th and a 6th, and as you said, race 1, it probably should have been 1st as well, to boot.
Yeah. Stuvik had massive pace at the start of race 1. And for this final race, starting all the way down the back, well, they pull away for the start of the formation lap here in Super Pickup Division 1. And for the final time today, we'll keep our eyes on what is to come. 39-degree track temperature. Air temperature still a balmy 33 degrees. And oh dear, it looks like Stuvik still in the pit lane, not even in the truck yet, but is he going for the pit lane start, or what's going on there?
You get the feeling, race, when you're not quite got your actual race suit zipped up, you're not sitting in the truck when everyone else is out on track. That's suggestive of something a fair bit worse for him. Despite the smiles on his face, that's a bit of a front there, and we will not be seeing the Aurora Ford Thailand Racing number 3 take through the grid in this one there. So that kind of will kibosh the efforts to have a quote-unquote consistent set of results this weekend, to have a DNF at the end of it all. But one final reminder of the Chang International Circuit. It's 12 corners, the 4.5 kilometer nature of this place. Watch for the trucks strong in Sector 1, which implies a high boost level and optimization for top speed, but in turn, seen these trucks be pretty tricky when it comes to reliability, and hopefully teams don't overdo it early on. And back to the Hankook Ventus RS4 semi-slick for these guys. Thankfully, the track now all nice and dry, so drivers will be able to use the most of that tyre. But in turn, need to be mindful perhaps not to also overuse the tyre and have it heat up too much towards the back of the race.
Yep, super high track temperature for this one. One of the higher track temperatures we've seen this weekend. A Longkorn on the front row with Tanawat, and then Anuat and Superchai on row 2. Nutanuch Wongsombun is going to start in 5th place just behind these two. Got Bandit Ladayem alongside him, Saman Mapake and Chalampon Fonlukin on row number 4. Rounding out your top 10, we have Akia Luknakad and Surachai Feng Fong, with the top 12 rounded out by Chaipon Chantakit and Nantawat Chamnan.
Over the page will be our 7th row, Pirapat Pajiachat in the number 39 truck with Jack Lemvard in 14th to his outside. 15th for Chenon Rotjana and 16th for Jataron Emod. There, the 8th row of our starting grid, Songsak Konsiri Sirp Sakun in the number 92 out of 17th. Natawut Bunprom in the number 5 for 18th place. Akasit in the 81 truck for 19th. And Chinawut rounds at your top 20 and 10 rows out of 13 here today. Tanapon, Chushranapon racing here in the number 15 truck. 21st though for him to start. Akasit alongside in 22nd. Waris on Rayab in the number 88 truck with Suwit in the 59. Suwat, sorry, 59 truck 24th. Next to him, and your final two drivers, well, going to be one at this case, Saran Yu starting out at 25th in the number 54 machine. And as we've seen, Seni Stuvik was back in the pit lane as of start of this formation lap, and therefore we expect will be a non-starter for this race.
Yep, heartbreaking there for Stuvik. Won't be able to get a result from this final race, but the formation lap is coming to a close. The trucks will take their spots here on the starting grid, and we'll get going for 12 more laps of action around Chang International Circuit to end off the weekend's racing. A fantastic conclusion to what has been a wild weekend of racing, the start of a new era for Thai Super Series, the renaming of Super Compact to Super Touring, and also SRO coming in to oversee the GT3 category as well. Super Pickup has certainly turned it up this weekend. We're looking forward to more of the same. Get ready for the lights to come up very shortly and see that black cloud of smoke descend over the racetrack. Marshall over there on the left. Wait for them to wave the green flag. A little bit of a roll forward still there from the number 2 as we're seeing the last couple of trucks take their spots on the grid. Suat, I think, a little bit out of a grid slot there, but we shall see. We get off to this start very shortly, and we will be. Green flag waves, the lights will go up, and the revs will rise from all of our powerful boosted diesel machines. We're away for Thailand's Super Pickup, Race 3, and a great start from Alongkorn Saitung, who's managed to keep the lead into turn 1. Outside move there from, it looks like, Anuat in the 95 to try and grab second spot even. Carrying that speed all the way out of the first turn is Superchai, in fact, who's managed to use the runoff area of turn 1 to his advantage. And the battle will continue down into turn 3. The number 7 leading the way. The 95 of Anuat Maniain trying to keep it on the racetrack, but struggling for rear end grip. So much power going through the rear wheels of these trucks. And those Hankook treaded tires, they can only take so much with that amount of boost being fed through these high torque diesel engines.
Yeah, there was a truck sort of in the middle pack. Unfortunately, because of all the smoke, you couldn't tell who it was. Made a massive run to the inside.
Oh, no.
It's all around. One of our trucks towards the front there in the liquid moly colours. Trying to get a read on which of our Class A drivers that is there. The 93 machine. Who was... Where is the 93 dropping down?
That's Nutanuch.
There
They're
it is.
20th now.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, second time he's already up there. There's multiple trucks wide, a couple of trucks sliding through. So, track limits, what track limits you might say, is apparently they've taken very much an optional approach. So we see, a tag from the 85, which is a long corn, and that's what sends Nutnuch around there at turn number 5, and so the immediate yellow flags come out. Thankfully, it just poked him the wrong way and made him put him off the track momentarily. No massive issue, it seems there. Able to get back on the track and carry on, but so many positions lost, and bodywork to be recovered by the marshals, I think between turns 3 and 4, if that camera shot is to be believed, although lack of identifying markers race. But 1 lap down and 11 to go.
And side by side, almost between the 13 and the 5, that's Chalampon and Natawut, who sort themselves out into turn 1. Indicator stuck on the number 16 truck there. That's Akieluk. And Nanthawat now chasing down Surachai here in the 89. Surachai's second place of the Class B drivers. The leader of Class B is Anuat in overall second. Position defended nicely there for the Class B machine as the 22 of Tanawat struggles to put the power down up ahead. Neither of them quite able to take advantage. Squeezed onto the grass is Akialuk there, and will be none too happy with that.
Aggressive defense there from Aloncorn in the 85. And looking just a little bit further on back, the Surishai continues to try and protect this 6th place outright as up to turns 5 and 6 we come once again on this second racing lap, and looking to see who's got the truck sort of in the right sort of ballpark now and who's still pushing really hard, because you can definitely tell it with these kind of trucks when they're really struggling to make corners meet, and more drivers bowling past the track limits at turn 7 once again. And get the feeling, whilst the race starts under investigation, that may be something that we'll have to be watching out for in terms of drivers being reprimanded for track limits shortly enough if they keep this up here. Chris?
Yeah, indeed. Also, look out for race control messages concerning black smoke. That tends to be a problem in these trucks. Of course, them being diesel engines with catalytic converters, they do produce black smoke from time to time, but you can't produce too much of it. Otherwise, you will have race control give you a little slap on the wrist there. Superchai leading by 2.7 seconds when they cross the line. And it looks like things are getting off to a very clean start for him. Closest gap in the field at the line looks to have been the gap between Nanthawat and Thanafon. Only 0.3 of a second between them. We'll look to Thanafon here in the number 15 as he gets up the inside of Nanthawat and gets the move done. Next target is Surachai.
Get him too.
And yeah, looks like he will. Oh no, we've had a problem there for the number 23. That's Chinawut Lauchinchat, who's unfortunately, I think, had a technical problem with his machine. Back into the pits he will go. I love this midfield battling, Dan. This is fantastic.
Well, every spot up for grabs, it seems, and there's no real patience to it either, even though we're only on lap 3 of a 12-lap race. So it looks like people really not looking to hang around if they can afford it. And, well, saying that, they've got to be mindful of how they get around this lap, because the first driver to get a track limits black and white flag is the 15 truck here at Thanafon on screen, rounding turn 9 here, trying to find a way past Hanawat in this 22 machine in front. And for a second I thought the truck behind there was having a big drift.
Yeah.
Through the turns in 10, 11. Maybe still did, because I feel like that might be a different truck behind now as we look to see the close-up and then 2x2 into the final corner and at the end lap 3, and Surachai elbows out, rear end wagging the tail as he tries to hang on to that one and protect the position. He's going to lose out to Nantuwat by turn 1.
Tanawat and Thanafon also making their way through, switching places. It looks like the 23 of Chinawut is back out onto the circuit. Whatever was wrong with that truck, they've repaired it and can get back out, though he is going to be a lap down on the rest of the field. So, not ideal for him. We have Akasit Krinkamol, who's also jumped into pit lane 2. Number 91 has been given a race control message for black smoke. So, see if that works out for them. I'm looking up and down the timing screen. I'm actually... Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's Jataron Emerald, who's running in 15th place on board, really showing how brutal these trucks can be. As much as they like to experiment with aerodynamics in this category, there's only so much grip a heavy truck can offer you, especially when you dial the power up. Oh, man. This is going to be interesting here. Surachai back up the inside, and man, that 19 is incredibly, well, sort of Fred Astaireing his way around those corners, the amount of tap dancing we're seeing that truck do. Surachai, it feels like, is being held back a bit here. He's going to fall under attack here from Bandit Ladayem.
Oh!
And oh dear, oh, that's a big lockup for the number 24. And he almost goes straight on there at the final corner. First time I've seen a truck go up on 3 wheels thanks to contact.
Look at another angle of this one here. There you go, wheel to wheel contact. So very lucky. I think he might just get away with that, apart from then also absolutely making a meal of the brakes there and locking up the left front tire once it touches back down on the ground. But yeah, that pack has splintered from all of the madness, but everyone appears to still be circulating in that group.
Yeah, Bandit Ladayem managed to get away with that, and so did Surachai. But the 89 is still way down on where he should be. The number 7 car at the front of the field, Superchai Kongman, has just jetted away, hasn't he? Leading by nearly 7.5 seconds at the start-finish line. All he's got to do is manage the pace from here, and he can bring it home. It seems like there's a battle for practically every other position on the track. Speaking of, is the battle for second. Thanafon holding off Anuat and Akiluk. And they keep hanging the tail out there, coming out of turn 8. Sorry, and man, still going. Like he's what can you say?
Nan has decided, Keeluk that is, has decided his rear tires do not need to survive this race. I don't know, did he get given an instruction from the team? It's okay to burn the tires today? Because he's decided that, yeah, there's no semblance of sort of measure and sort of patience. We're only on lap 6 of this race, having completed 5 of them, and he's letting the tail hang out and slide around, and it's costing him a bit, but certainly he gets style points from me, Reese.
Yep, from me too. I understand why you'd be hanging the tail out in the final sector. It's the twistiest of the sectors at this track, so you need that rotation through the corners, and power sliding can be a tactic you can use to get your car online for the next corner, but do it too much and your pace will ultimately suffer. Anuat then has broken free of the pressure from Akiluk, and Thanafon respectively has gotten away from Anuat, so the battle for second has fizzled out a little bit. Doesn't seem to be much else going on at the front end of this field. Bit of dust being kicked up there at the apex of turn 4 as well. I think some trucks were cutting the inside of the corner a bit too much there on the opening laps, and I think I might have seen them throwing up a tiny bit of water as well. Of course, the grass would still be holding on to some of that wetness from the storm that passed over the circuit earlier.
Yeah, it probably would be where you can find the source. How's that there for a truck that's not wanting to turn right? Number 5 machine here, which second in the Class B drivers, so really not needing to necessarily race the 22 of Tanawat directly in front. What he has to keep an eye on is Surachai behind in the number 89 machine. That's who he's more directly racing at this point. Look at that there, front end, the suspension being so soft that the inside tyre lifting up off the ground, and the rear end getting a little loose and not wanting to comply, and certainly a bit of a handful, as unfortunately it looks like we're going to have our first retirement, it seems, from the race. Well, sorry, in addition to Akasid, who's been in the pits now for quite some time, it's going to be Saran Yu in the 54 truck, who will be out of this one at the halfway mark.
Yeah, that's a shame for the 54. Unclear exactly what put him out there. Next car to get a black smoke warning from race control is the number 2 of Ekasit Namsangpa. And we also have a 5-second time penalty for the car in second place. The number 15 of Thanaphon. Continued abuse of track limits. There will be 5 seconds added to the end of his race, and that would put him behind Anuat if the race was to end right now. So I think that might be a signal there to Thanaphon to give it a bit of a hurry up.
Well, if he wants second, yeah, he's gonna have to do exactly that. Last lap around was the fastest truck on track, so there's a strong possibility he can get that margin out without too much of a fuss, but still has to do it in the first place. And we often see with these drivers, their pace will go, obviously they'll build to a peak, and then they will all sort of mostly fade away towards the end. But that there is the first and second place drivers. He's catching up to Super Shy rather rapidly as well here. So keep your eyes on this. We'll see here. The gap was 3.3 seconds at the start of this lap right there finishing now. So we look to see here, lap 7. What is the gap update to as they come around the final turn and cross the start finish line? From 3.3 seconds down to 0.7 seconds. And lap time wise, he's 155.2, new fastest lap of the race for Thanaphon versus a 157.7 for Super Chai. So maybe even the odds here now, if Thanaphon's truck can maintain the pace, can he clear Super Chai and work to build a margin for the race win? Because he's now 7.9 seconds ahead of Anuat. So if the race ends now, time penalty overcome.
There's potential. Wide line into 3 for Thanaphon here. And he'll translate that into a run off the corner, but the truck doesn't quite want to cooperate, it seems. Yeah, Superchai is down on pace, isn't he? He had that gap out to a few seconds. More than a few seconds, in fact. The 15's now gotten a warning for black smoke as well. So Thanaphon, despite the sheer pace that he seems to have over Superchai right now, has more than a few things on his mind.
Oh, being parked up at turn 5, but I have to say, I think the biggest problem is that that's not just a warning for black smoke. If I'm not mistaken, that will require a transit down the pit lane, and that actually will put an end to this potential fight for a race win for Thanaphon as he tries to push on the back bumper, and Superchai moves over before turn 8, will block off a run up the inside here. But the pace difference is incredible to see between these two, as there you go. And she just says smoke is at number 2, number 15, and we now add the 66 I think I saw there. That's it, just Chiapon down in 16th place. So when he comes across the start-finish line here, I believe for Thanaphon, he's unfortunately going to get a nasty surprise in the form of the message on the digital board.
Yes, well, out of the final corner they come, and Superchai doing just enough to keep Thanaphon behind him. The momentum is there for the number 15, and he's going to go for the move. Oh, thought he might have into turn 1, but Superchai covering it at the last opportunity. Now it'll be all about the exit down the back straight. And Superchai is inclined to use the runoff area to maintain momentum. Defensive now versus Thanaphon. Little bit of mounting of the curb there. How deep does the number 15 go? Has to give room to the inside there for Superchai, who himself runs wide and completely off the racing surface for the both of them.
Oh, this is getting kind of wild, and note this, they lost time on the drivers behind as a result of all this fighting. They keep this up, they've just gone from doing 55s and 57s to a 2-minute lap time because they were so invested in racing each other right here, right now. And Superchai can't even keep it on the road. No chance with Thanaphon as a result either, as they then both rejoin the circuit, bring back some dust on the outside runoff here as well. And again, Thanaphon pushed off the circuit by Superchai. This is going apparently to be 120% of a battle as Thanaphon trying to find every possible way past, and it's involving being pushed off the road. This looks to the inside at turn 8. Can't get there though, Reese. Eats an intake of black smoke for his troubles.
Indeed. Oh, they are leaving nothing on the table, these two. Bit of contact there through turn 10. Lots of black smoke and a big slide for Thanaphon. He loses touch with Superchai. And we'll wait and see what the lap times are when they come across the board. How much time has Anuwat gained on these guys with the amount that they've been battling? Insanity, as into the pit lane comes Thanaphon for the black smoke. And his run at a podium will be over from here. There's the battle for what is now second place. Anuwat, he's been doing all right in this one, but now looks like Nanthawat Chamnan is going for overall second place, and they are dragging 3 other trucks with them. Nutanut, Akilak, and Alon Korn. This race could go any way at all.
It sure could indeed. And there you go, released from the pit lane. There is the 15 of Thanaphon. We'll have to look here and see where exactly he's come out, because we haven't had a chance to keep tabs on exactly how many trucks have gone by. Might get a catch on the number of the truck behind him, but he'll cross the sector timing line in just a moment whilst we focus on this 5-car train of 2nd through to 6th. The answer for Thanaphon being 9th place now, I can tell you, is crossed the sector 1 timing line. And they've all fanned out for a second. Now, noting here real quick, Reese, that according to the gaps, Nanthawat was slightly ahead of Anuwat at the start of the lap, but it looked like there for a moment that the 95 was having a go at the number 19, although that may be a case of it switching around off screen, and we've been so invested in the race lead battle there, but kind of lost track of where these guys were at beforehand.
Indeed. Well, I can tell you that Thanaphon is back down in 9th place, and we've also gotten word from race control. The black and orange flag is waving for number 13 of Chalampon von Luken, and things getting a bit worse for Chayapon Chantakit as the 16 now pulls off to the side of the circuit there. That's Akieluk, who's unfortunately fallen out of this fight. Evidently, maybe the boost was grenading the engine a little bit there. Is that Superchai slow on the start-finish straight?
I think it was. We've got to wait to see the 19.
Oh, no.
19 down the pit lane, which I don't see a penalty for, as that looks to be indeed. Yep, that's Superchai parked right past the start-finish line. We have lost the race leader with 2 laps to go.
Oh my God, big drama here in Thai Super Pickup Division 1.
Now what are we going to do about
this? Number 7.
this?
Yeah, I'm wondering if that may be a potential safety violation as well, because you saw that Superchai got out of the truck just as the pack was coming up out of the final corner. It didn't seem like there was much space between them either. That could be a safety issue.
Yeah, questions there. And trying to figure out now, where is the battle? This is now the battle for the race lead. Anuwat, Class B, also leading that class and could also be on for the outright win. But Nutnuch says, no, I'm taking that one away from you through turn 4. As we come up to turn 5 now. 3 trucks here in position potentially to take a race win. Now we had the sudden drive down pit lane for the number 19 truck, who's come back out somewhere apparently 7th, from what timing and scoring is saying. And I'm just trying to make sense. I can't see a race control message that would require the 19 to come down the pits, but he appears to have maybe only driven through and continued on. So a little unclear what's happened there for the truck that inherited the race lead, but here we go now with just over a lap to go, and Nutnuch is now starting to put a gap here on Anuwat with a long corn in 3rd place, looking to make that 2nd.
Yeah, good run out of turns 10 and 11, trying up the inside at turn 12. No space to get the move done, unless he wanted to completely morph through the pit wall. Final lap begins, and the yellow flags, local yellows, are out there for the stricken number 7, so there can't be any passing in that little bit of the racetrack. So Alon Korn very wisely dips back in behind the 95 of Anuwat Maniain.
They're going to isolate it so that you can, it is green by turn 1, so you can make a move at turn 1 if you can get set up, but it practically will just mean, yes, you take a moment and set yourself up for turn 3 as despite a black smoke penalty, and he does have a 5-second time penalty to worry about as well, so we'll lose these spots. Thanafon could finish 4th on the road here, prior time penalties. Or not.
So much tyre screeching there, and yep, it looks like a very early lift out for the number 15. We also saw, I think, a 10-second time penalty applied to the number 66 of Chayapon Chantakit. That was for speeding in the pit lane, unfortunately. So, race control dealing with that one. Incident at turn 1 under investigation as well. I'm not sure exactly what incident that is.
Could have been the tyre screeching off screen.
Yeah, potentially. For now, turn our attention back to the battle for second there. Anuat looking at an overall second place here in the Class B race and holding on just versus Alongkorn Satung, but all the way out in front. Nutanuk Wonsongbun has put on a masterclass here. He's managed to overcome the issues that have faced a lot of the trucks here, though he has an issue of his own there with the splitter vibrating down into the braking zone. It's going to be much of a muchness in the end because the checkered flag is out, and Alongkorn will keep third. Nutanuk taking victory. You can tell how happy he is with that one.
Very happy. So I was just going to say, I don't know where the yellow flag for the parked up 7 of Supercharge begins, so is there even a chance to be allowed to make a move into the final corner? It may not be, as Thanafon will cross the line in 5th place, having lost the spot to Nuttawut there, and his 5-second time penalty actually only costs him 1 more position to end up. He'll classified in 6th as drivers stacked up behind one another, but they come up on the parked number 7, and that will prevent us any runs out of the final corner going to a drag race, because you won't be allowed to pass there, folks. And with that, we can now turn our eyes to the race results. Nutanuk from Anuat and Alongkorn, your overall top 3. And then the end of it all, when we get to pick Class B, it looked a little more interesting than it was appearing to be at one point. But first up, of course, is your Class A drivers, and that means we bring, well, Thanafon showing on the graph because he was the 3rd Class A truck across the line, but time penalty has been applied, and there's now Tanawat who is promoted to 3rd place in class. And for Class B, Anuat, of course, they're taking the win. Nanawut, their 4th outright, will bring home 2nd, and it's Suwat in 8th place who will come home in 3rd for the class there, Reese.
Thanafon will have the fastest lap of the race, 155.2. Some brilliant pace there from the 15, but could not take advantage of that pace long term. As we look into the sunset, that's going to be the sun setting on the first weekend of the year for the Thailand Super Series. And Super Pickup bringing us that dramatic, fun conclusion to the weekend that we were all waiting for. Yeah, this has been a great weekend.
It certainly has, and yeah, the introduction of seeing F4 Southeast Asia for the first time racing alongside Thailand Super Series this year has been great. And as we said, we will get a chance to see them again, as there's actually just been a new message flash up for us here, which is unrelated to the Super Pickups. It actually is pointing back to our Supercar GT4 race. Team manager of car 33 to report to the stewards. Now, if it's come up this late in the day, and this and a good 40 plus minutes after the end of the race, this could be something that's been found in post-race scrutineering, you would think. And the 33 is the Alpha Factory Racing team by Pulsar Supra of Phao Phong and Phuapom. So that there will raise some interesting questions. Unfortunately, it means we won't know the answers until we check back in at Bang Seng. And it does mean it's quite a time, but we'll try and make sure we're up to speed on if anything comes of this instruction of the team manager for Alpha Factory Racing team to report to the stewards there, as your top 3 drivers have made it back to the pits, which means that we'll see Goody speak to them in a second. But it looks like it's handshakes and thumbs up there, although it's still hot and sweaty business in one of these super pickup trucks in Thailand.
It certainly is. Lost count of the amount of times I thought I could do with some ice cold water to splash over the back of my head. But if you've been in a hot and heavy racing ute for 12 laps around this circuit, you could tell in the body language my man is struggling.
Well, hopefully he'll be able to get something in him after the interviews are completed here to complement all the water he's trying to cool himself off with there. And we've heard Goody now talk to several of the drivers and teams, of course, today about sort of looking forward to what the next round of the series will be like at Bang Sen. And, of course, now almost it's time for us to start thinking about it. It is the biggest weekend of the series by virtue of that race. It's not a weekend. The whole calendar kicks off officially on Wednesday, the 2nd of July, and it goes all the way through to Sunday, the 6th of July. So there is a lot coming up with the Bang Sen Grand Prix Festival, I think is the most appropriate way. What day exactly we'll start broadcasting on with English commentary is a little unclear because we'll be more or less strictly following the Thailand Super Series categories, and there are other categories racing as part of that weekend. But possibly you'll see us back on air on Wednesday, the 3rd of July, but I have to stay focused on, and best place to follow and confirm the information will be the Thailand Super Series Facebook page, folks, if you want to find out more when that time comes.
Yeah, absolutely. And really hope that I can make it for that weekend as well. It's been an absolute pleasure being here with you and Scott, Dan, for this first weekend of the year. We've seen thrills, spills, plenty of drama, and 2025 is looking like a super exciting year for this series.
Yep. It might be drivers that you've never heard of before. It may be cars that you've never seen raced before, and tracks that you also may not have seen before as well when it comes to Chang not getting a lot of attention outside of MotoGP and Bang Sen being a circuit all of its own. But nevertheless, the series continues to deliver for us and enable us to share it with the world. So, I mean, with that, drivers here all being Thai means we won't have a chance to hear anything in English to wrap up these interviews today. So, basically, a huge thanks to everyone at the Thailand Super Series who continues to make this championship possible for us, and to the organisers who continue to invite us back to make this English commentary coverage possible of the series. And a shout out to speedcafe.com here in Australia, who continue to support us and rebroadcast this as well for additional coverage around the world. It's been great to be able to come back once again, Reece, as you said. And yeah, big shout out to Scott Rankin, also commentating and being full of energy for this one once again. And to you as well for joining us, Reece, given it once upon a time was Scott, then Scott and I, and then being able to bring you in. And also, I guess it's a really awesome experience to add to what we know from the virtual world too.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I mentioned with Scott earlier, you know, we come from sim racing over at SimSpeed TV, and you know, we've been doing that for quite a while. Having TSS ask us on board through Speed Cafe, certainly a massive step for us, and yeah, for the last few years, been able to expand our repertoire, so to speak, with this real world competition, which is always fantastic. But yeah, nothing more for me to say, I suppose, other than thank you, and we'll see you next time.
We will indeed. And of course, as we close out here, we will leave you with the final highlights following these interviews of Thailand Super Pickup D1. But I think there's nothing more that we need to say, and I think it's best to let the pictures tell all the stories. Thank you all, especially those who've been chatting with us in the Thailand Super Series YouTube chat. But to everyone watching us, wherever you've been around the world, we hope you've enjoyed the racing action. We hope you've appreciated the commentary. And we'll see you in the first week of July for the Bangsen Grand Prix of 2025.
สมบูรณ์นั่นเองนะครับคุณผู้ชมแน่นอนอันดับหนึ่งในสนามนี้นะครับและติดตามกันให้ดีนะคุณผู้ชมว่ารายการของเราเนี่ยจะมีความมันกันอยู่แค่ไหนนะครับกับแน่นอน B Quick Thailand Super Series 2025 และ TSS The Super Series by B Quick ครับ